Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, May the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen? Thank you, Green. Thank you. Thank you. So before I start talking about today's action, I hope some of you, if you were in the room yesterday, I was really watching this SOUN, see if we could have some kind of a real breakout, especially in the last hour. And man, did it ever. I mean, it went from about 1350 all the way up to 15, just like that on that last 15-minute candle. That was a real charge. And it's holding. That's the thing. It held after hours. Little dip pre-market, but it's above now the highs of the after hours yesterday. So again, this is a super active stock. If you're going to take this one, you've got to be awfully careful. I wouldn't take too many shares, have a wide stop because it can get very whippy. But this is what people or traders are looking at. 1814 a couple of days ago, that was the high. So that is SOUN from yesterday. So what's happening today? So I can't quite tell if this is a true earnings play, HYMC. We have it here as on the 16th, but it does look like, well, they've obviously released a lot of data. Okay. So I'm going to call this an earnings play, HYMC, and we'll see what happens. It looks like there's quite a bit of resistance between there and 221 mark, but it's as a big pop. It's not a low float, 172 million in the float, so that's a big move for that sort of a float. ICPT is a gap up on earnings, but it is, excuse me, yeah, it's fallen quite a bit, though, 24 down to 19. So was this shortable? This was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Um, yeah, so ICPT is an earnings play. It's a big gap up. However, it is really starting to give it up. What's the spread like? Actually, spread's not terrible. A nickel, a lot of volume. It's a relatively low float, 23 million in the float. We have a lot of earnings plays, guys. COMM. COM is an earnings play. Is it still holding? Yeah, it's kind of holding. Another earnings play. Big float, 200 million. There's a disaster, NEPH. NEPH is an earnings play, all-time low now. Probably is going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown, and it's an all-time low now. NEPH, and this one is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, now I've got to figure this out because we have some action down here at 155, so I'm not 100% sure. It may have been a symbol name change or something like this. How long ago is this? No, I don't understand. It says we're at below a lifetime range, but obviously if I look down here, there's 155, so I'm not 100% sure what's going on in this one. At any rate, it's a disaster. 31 down 31%. Volume is putrid right now, but we'll just have to see what happens once this market opens. Another one, yeah, with Zach posting that news about SGLY, Hindenburg putting out a huge hit report on it, and that just absolutely devastated this stock. This was sitting at around 640 in the pre-market and got all the way down to 392. When I first looked, there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers. There are none available now. So they've all been snapped up. Simo, boy, I haven't seen this one. This used to be a super active stock. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Silicon Motion Technology. Simo is an earnings play, a big gap up. Look at this big gap up, 20%, up $16. This is not and it's a very low float, 29 million for a $98 stock. That is a super low float. I have my doubts about any of these holding, and we had that tremendous rally at the end of the day, but it looks like, but it's starting to give it up completely. Look at the SPY right now. SPY is starting to tank somewhat. So a lot of these high flyers in the pre-market, like this one, Simo, I just have my doubts they're going to maintain those levels. SFM, SFM, Stokes Farmers Market, SFM is an earnings play, and it is a gap down and coming right into that 200-day moving average, 2707, 200-day moving average. You can see it right there. Will it hold it and maybe bounce off that? HDSN. HDSN is an earnings play, and this gapped up. So the release earnings after hours got all the way up to $9. So maybe that'll be a bit of a magnet later on. It's a low, fairly low float, not high, but not low. 37 million in the float. It's rated 68,000 so far, and it is an earnings play. Another earnings play, VMEO, is on the way down. VMEO, and this is another earnings play, and this definitely is an all-time low now. So this will show up. I'm 100% well. It all depends on some of the other filters I have in place, but this will probably show up in the all-time in the 10-day daily breakdown. VMEO. Another little earnings play. I think this one is getting close or is an all-time low. BRFS. Yeah, very close to an all-time low. BRFS. Another earnings play. A little more expensive one here is Shopify. Shopify taking a big hit this morning on earnings, down 15%, $75, 15%. And that is Shopify, SHOP, an earnings play. Is it? Okay, let me just take a look at that ICPT. Maybe I read that wrong. You're right. I'm sorry about that. May 6th pre-market. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Well, there's got to be some other news in. Announces, Intercept announces. Okay, so they are selling off a portion of their company, I guess, for $450 million. Okay, sorry about that. You're absolutely right. You know, DAC has been playing this SONM, penny stock. Well, let's see if it takes out $1. A lot of volume, 18 million in the float, so it's a low floater. 8 million have traded already. Surges on purchase orders from a top U.S. carrier customer. So this is a phone play. Sunrun, RUN, sorry, RUN is an earnings play. Again, release earnings after hours. There's that mauve area, the big pop after hours, and it's holding. It's holding that pop. I mean, I'm going to discount these topping tails, but it's kind of holding that pop. But in the face of what's happening with this market, guys, I don't think a lot of these pops are going to hold. No, I'm not anywhere close to taking that SONM. That's all yours. Yeah, BTXX, it triggered, got above, I think, yesterday's high. BTXX. Yeah, so it's above this area here, BTXX. Let's see any specific news on it. A low float, 7.8 million in the float. This will trade the float many times today. Already traded 4.5 million. And a couple of other ones. I don't think this Magpie, MGPI, I know it's not Magpie. That's what I'm going to call it though. MGP Ingredients. So this is an earnings play. Yeah, the volume is just not there at all. But it is an earnings play and it's an all-time high. Okay, so if you're into the more expensive ones, this is certainly again, it's an all-time high for MGPI on earnings. And I think the other one I looked at was ALB, another more expensive one. ALB, it's an earnings play, big gap up after hours and through the 200-day moving average. I don't play these, but I'll point them out. There are lots of different trading styles in the room. So if this intrigues you, then here it is. I'll mention this AUST. I mean, it is gapped up 21%. Of course, it fell if you were in the room yesterday. This was this IPO from yesterday in the $4 to $6 range. It opened a lot higher. Well, only opened around 7, but it got up to 29, and then of course it just cratered. It closed down here 4. So it looks like a great gap, 22%. But remember all of this. But you never know, could be active again. A lot of volume already, 3 million. All right, this one is starting to sneak in here. VRPX. VRPX is sneaking in. When I say that, it had no action really until right now. Lots of volume coming into VRPX. And they enter into a cooperative research and development agreement with the U.S. Army Institute of Surgical Research to evaluate Providur. Okay, so this is that's their news. And it's a low float as expected, 8.7 million in the float. Looks like there's a lot of resistance, so not that far away, but there it is, VRPX on some news. All right, it's now 9:11, so I'm going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Now I'm hearing FSLY, guys. This is an earnings play, maybe? FSLY. Yes, this is an earnings play, and it's starting to sink here a bit. FSLY. Another earnings play. All right, well, the analysts must be taking Cinco de Mayo off because there's hardly any action on the upgrades or the downgrades. And by the way, anybody who's celebrates Cinco de Mayo, have a good one. We're going to get the FSLY starting to move down, guys. FSLY. All right, so there are the upgrades, and I will get the downgrades in now. There's not too many of either. A few more downgrades than upgrades, but again, not too many. Tupperware is still getting downgraded. TUP. Let me just get them in now. With downgrades for AMRN, I think that might have been an earnings play yesterday. Check on that one. FSLY continues to move down. I hear this is text to voice, so I'm hearing that symbol over and over again. All right, there are the upgrades and there are the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Let's take a look at FSLY. FSLY. Yeah, so the low here, yesterday's low was right around 15. So if it takes that out, man, oh man, the next low underneath is 15, is 1396. So it has, assuming it takes out yesterday's low, which is 15, and it's right there. And the next low is around 14, so there's about $1 until the next low. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but at least you don't have to worry about chart support. Okay, you guys are talking about Nikola and KLA. Okay, didn't really see this one. It's probably the reason. Yeah, it's only up at 1%. So I'm focusing on the ones that are having the big move. So this is buried down here. Doesn't even make my pre-market actives list because I think my minimum is 3% move. So didn't even make that list. But yeah, okay. Okay, getting a bit of lag here. So guys, always if you have you look like you're having a problem with loading data, the best thing to do first before you start screaming and yelling is just go to your account and do a reset to see if that helps. And that typically, you see what happens, that typically will solve the issue. Sometimes the server gets stuck or well, I do see Indo here. I mean, Indo, of course, oil, I guess oil is up a little bit. So when I check my sector status, well, let's take a look at oil right now. All right, so no, actually, it's more than I thought. So okay, so WTI is 109. Wow, Brent's at 112 now. So my guess is that every single oil stock that makes up XLE is going to be above yesterday's close. I'm going to check that in a couple of minutes. Boy, FSLY continues getting closer to that. Yesterday's low, guys. Yesterday's low, again, was 15, right at 15. I think I'll stick an alert around 1490 and see if it takes it out. So with this market doing what it's doing right now, the big fade now, I'd be really looking at some of these ones that are flying to probably short them at some point. There's another one, Li-Cycle. It is on the move here, pretty good. What is it? High here is 739. Okay, guys, this has got some room. 775. Well, it looks like it's going to come into a lot of resistance. Not that far away. I mean, we're at 771 for LICY, and looks like there's a lot of. I'm sorry, that's 871. So actually, this has some room. The next high for LICY is 871. Sorry, I thought I was looking at the low of 775. So there is some room for this LICY to keep going if it wants to. See if there's any. So there is some news about this one. Glencore to make a $200 million investment in Li-Cycle. Okay, so that is the LICY, Canadian company out of Toronto. So there is some news about LICY. Okay, just what I want to do with that one is just stick a thumbnail chart so I can kind of track it throughout the day to see if anything happens. This is shortable for me. So again, I'm looking, especially if this market continues like this, I'm going to be probably looking to short a lot of these ones that were flying in the pre-market. All right, FSLY is right at 15 now, right at 15. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. So click on new from our toolbar and then the dock channel bar, and then take a look at the major sectors. And I'm sure that we're going to see this one, 100% of them are up. And make a liar out of me. So only 95% of them are up. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, pre-market, of course. So what these percentages refer to. So for instance, here's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. So what that 95% means, who's the laggard? Let's take a look. Go down here. Maybe MRO. MRO is the only one not above yesterday's close. So, but that's what, well, now it's 100%. So that's what that refers to. So when you start checking the other sectors, there is nothing that is, if you're looking for the long side, nothing looking good right now. Now, of course, this can change, but right now, energy is the play. Yeah, even utilities. Sometimes there's a flight to utilities with their dividends, etc. But nothing other than energy is positive. Yeah, Poe. It was a hit piece by Hindenburg. That was the reason. Zach posted that, and I put the copy out there. So it's a hit by Hindenburg. Here we go. There's more to it than this, but plunges on a new short report from Hindenburg Research. Okay, that is the reason. And here's a fuller report that the company's CEO is a fugitive on the run for allegedly operating a massive Ponzi scheme, tweet, etc., or Ponzi scheme, etc. So that is the reason. Okay. Well, NKLA is starting to move here. I'm hearing it. When I say I'm hearing it, this is what I'm talking about, guys. I have the gap up and gap downs, and I have text to voice in these. Again, I'm sharing these, but this is what I really look at. This is the pre-market actives up and down, and I am sharing these scans. So there's the SGLY down 31%, etc. There's the Shopify, yeah, just getting trashed here. Another earnings play, guys, and this is wow, this is almost an all-time low. Look at DOCN. There's not a ton of volume yet, 43 million, so it's not high, not low in terms of the float. But this is an earnings play, DOCN, the Digital Ocean, and it is almost an all-time low. This, I guess, IPO back here. Didn't do, I mean, for 3 months, we're sitting on dead money, but had a nice run all the way up to $133. And now look. So this is DOCN. As the market continues to sell off. And SFM continues to sell, well, not, okay, I'm seeing this bottoming tail here. SFM, another earnings play. It's right at that 200. It's literally sitting on top of the number. There's the 200-day moving average at 2707. and now it is just below it now. So it's taking out that 200-day moving average area, as Real would say. I guess. Boy, FSLY just really giving it up, guys. I did not take it, but I should have, obviously. Jeez, look at this thing. Crater now underneath that 15. Well, again, so the next low, I think I said was 13, around 14. So it's getting closer and closer. The earnings play just getting hammered here now. As the market continues its pre-market sell-off, you know, the red candle here. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've had about an hour and 15 minutes of selling pre-market. Yeah, with the HYMC, I'm calling it an earnings play. I mean, it appears that it is an earnings play, though we have it on the 9th, so 16th. So I don't know, maybe they just released early. I mean, it does say reported Q1 earnings results, so I am calling it an earnings play for HYMC. It reported after hours yesterday. Relentless selling, guys. Just look at this. Look at these candles here. Relentless. Wow, FSLY. 14. Well, if it takes out 14, then the next low is down here at 13. Okay, just hold on. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. So, and if you're new to trading, I would probably sit out the first 30. It's things are just too whippy in the first 30. Not that everything settles down after 30 minutes, but and yes, you will miss the ones that just keep running right off the bat. But you know, you have to deal with that. I struggled with that, guy. When I first started trading, I wanted to take things right at 9:30, and because it looked like they were going to move, and I was just getting constantly whipped out of positions. And yes, you catch the odd one that just keeps rolling. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute, so less than 30 seconds for this market to open. So let me just get set up on my other monitors. All right, we're now open. We are now open. So here are some of the early movers. You know what had a pop is VMEO had a pop actually. This was way down here. It was an all-time low at this point, and now it is popping I mean, it's still down 12%, but it is popping and it's an earnings play, VMEO. Okay, here's Sanderson, SFM. SFM just showed up right down below that 200-day moving average now. SFM just showed up in the 200-day move, sorry, the 200-day, the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, this was the laggard, guys. This MRO was the only one at one point that was down from yesterday's close, MRO, but it is starting to move. MRO, where's energy? No, man, I did not take. Wow, there's a dollar move. Wow, there's a dollar move for the SFM. You know, I usually shy, unless the stock is making an all-time low when it comes from my 10-day daily breakdown. I tend to want to see it settle a bit, but this did not. 26.57. So there's a dollar move for SFM from that 10-day daily breakdown scan that I've got, which of course I'm sharing. Yeah, calm was halted. So this is an earnings play. So nice one. That's a nice one. Little pullback in the pre-market, then the pop, lots of volume. And here's the FSLY now, guys. FSLY showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. And again, it has room to about 13. Okay. When I say that, all I'm looking at is I'm looking left. You know, I'll go to the next time frame, which is the daily chart. If I see something, I check it to see where the next low is, if something is moving down, to see where it could go down to before it stops moving down. Wow. Well, this was the one right off the bat. Didn't take it, you know, but here it is, SFM. I wish it had just settled just a little bit before this big move down. Wow. There's almost a $2 run. Wow, remember I was talking about the DOCN, BOCN? Look at this now. Look at this thing cratering. Almost an all-time low for DOCN. Now the SPY. So what do we have here? So NAS is down big, Dow's down, SPY's down. After that rip snorting rally from about 240 on, after they basically said, you know what, we're not looking in the near term anyway to have a 75-point interest rate rise or increase, and other things. I guess he said. All I know is that the market. Look at SGLY, guys. SGLY trying to recover now. Typically, what a company will do is come out with soon anyway. May not be today, but maybe tomorrow. The company is going to try to come out and say, "Hey, Hindenburg is erroneous in what they said." Wow, SFM just. Well, that's the risk I take. That's exactly what I was talking about. I don't like to take things right off the bat. And sometimes I run the risk of this happening. I'm not in it. Well, I just deal with it. Meanwhile, yeah, this NKLA, look at this. Okay, well, despite the fact that it is running like crazy. So they posted a narrower than expected loss. They have revenue of, man. So they've got revenue of $2 million. That was well above the forecasts. Well, I'd be looking at this one as a potential short in KLA. Okay, so that 14 held, that low, actually it was 13.96. I believe that's right to the penny. 13.96, and what's the low today? 14.01, so almost to the penny, about 5 cents above that low right there, and that held it so far. That held FSLY, and it popped. All right, here's one coming in here. Select quote SLQT guys on the run here, and it's an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. It was just kind of chopping around, but SLQT is an earnings play. And when you look now, to me, it looks like 3 will be really, really tougher to get through. That's what I see anyway. So I would not be interested in this one. Yeah, that was a quick pop and drop for the AUST. AUST, huge topping tail here, got all the way up to what, 586, and then almost an immediate drop. So, be careful. Okay, Sally Beauty Holdings, SBH is an earnings play, and it is starting to move here. Didn't really see much action in the pre-market. Yesterday's high was 16.74, so it's about $1 away. It did show up in the option scanner, but again, to me, it's just too early to really take these. So for me, SLQT, well, let's see. I mean, it is shortable for me. Will 3 hold it? It's not a low float, 126 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation for SLQT. What's the market doing? So here's our first 15-minute candle. The market open, so nice big bottoming tail here. So we'll see what happens on that first 15-minute candle. 15-minute candle. Calm halt down. Yes. Calm got halted on the way down. HYMC, as somebody was pointing out, is starting to give it up. HYMC. So the low of yesterday is around $1.30 or so, right at the 200-day moving average, 128. So nothing shows up in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay on any action in these two windows for 15 minutes. Just to let things settle down a little bit. But in the repeating version, you'll see the action right off the bat. All right, things have settled down a little bit for me. When I say that, I'm not getting too many new alerts, which is a little bit strange. There's the DOCN now, guys. The DOCN is now in that 10-day daily breakdown, and it's an all-time low. Hmm. All right, guys. DOCN. All-time low DOCN showed up at $35. And this is what I'm talking about right here. DOCN, $35, all-time low. Earnings play. All right, sticking an alert just underneath 35 again. See if it takes it out again. And that'll probably. Yesterday, here's Tupperware on the move again down. TUP, big earnings play yesterday. Absolutely got crushed yesterday. It did recover though somewhat. So I know some were probably taking it on the bounce, but it is now lower again. And that is the Tupperware TUP. Come on, DOCN, take out 35 again and really run down. This could be really interesting if it does, because I mean, obviously it could give us a multi-dollar run. It's already down $8 though, so we'll have to see. I'm just going to have my alert set just underneath 35. All right, so here's a gap up and reverse. Look at this. Look at run now. Wow. This is a gap up and reversal play. Look at this. It's gone negative. It's an earnings play. This is RUN. Big move after hours up to $28, now down to 24 and on the way down here. So there's a gap up and reverse for RUN. Probably going to see a lot of things like that. All right. Well, DOCN is actually having a pretty decent bounce here, but I'm just going to keep an eye on it, see if it starts giving it up again. But it is trying to bounce here. All right, guys. HYMC is now starting to give it up. HYMC starting to give it up. More. Of course, this is a bit of a meme stock, of course. With AMC's investment in HYMC. Okay, I'm continuing to watch this DOCN, especially with the market moving down. Just wondering to see if it gives this up. I mean, obviously it's a nice bounce from 34. Now is this no, not an earnings play. Chewy, CHWY is not an earnings play. I don't think anyway. I don't see it. Let's see if there's any specific news on that one. But this is a gap down and go. Now the next high or the next low looking left is 28.84, so it's getting about 50 cents away from that. And let's see, we had a halt down, I guess. Or we have a halt up. SGFY actually got halted on the way back up, I guess. I don't see a halt on the way down. Yeah, somebody was mentioning Bond, Natural Life. And the market just continues to sell off. Continues to sell off here, guys. It's waiting to see if this DOCN wants to crater again. VRPX, after the big pop in the pre-market, is just giving it up. Shortable for me too. All right. Starting to inch its way back down to that 35 mark, DOCN. Why I'm talking about it is there was the alert at 35, okay, which is a little early for me. It was within that 15-minute, even though it was an all-time low. But sometimes what I'll do is if it's an all-time low, but it's a little bit cheaper than this, I'll take it right off the bat. You know, the ones that are 10 and under. Wow, you can't short CYN. Excuse me. Interesting. A million shares at Interactive Brokers. Kidding. Can't wait one day. I can't wait to say that one day. I doubt it. That'll never happen. Boy, SPY is just relentless. Yeah, some volume is coming into. I mean, it's a wild trader, guys. I mean, look at this. It got down to 14 and right back up to 1532. This is a SOUN. It got as high as 16 in the pre-market and volume coming in. Rhombus or MBS. All right, SGFY just resumed. I don't see that it got, maybe it got halted on the way down. Looks like it should have, but I didn't see, I don't see a halt on that one on the way down, but I certainly saw the halt on the way up. And that's the SGFY. Yeah, so much for AUST, AUST. This is not shortable for me. Well, the 35 break could of DSON get it rolling. The only thing I know about Oxy is that Warren Buffett is, you know, put more money in it. That's all I know about it. And obviously that's helped the stock. I mean, it's an energy play. Energy is strong, and Warren Buffett is buying more shares. So that's all I can say about it. But what does he know? They're getting closer, guys. That DOCN getting closer to breaking 35 again. Oh, relentless, relentless. First 15 minute to big red candle, a follow-up red candle, all that All that excitement later on in the day yesterday being wiped out. Well, I see some of the bounce plays from your scanner, Zach, but boy, I mean, I wouldn't be taking anything yet. Certainly, certainly with the market doing what it's doing. Well, this SOUN is just all over the place, but it is, man. Yeah, let's see. Take an alert at the 16 level. That's the pre-market high. All right, DOCN getting closer and closer to that 35 mark. The original alert. There it is, right at 35 now. Oops. So gap up and reverse ICPT. So this is not an earnings play. I was erroneous. It has earnings tomorrow, but they did some kind of a sale of. So that was the company announced will acquire. Yeah, so I guess they're selling some kind of a drug they own. $450 million, but the market is just thumping them right now. ICPT. Yeah, so if you're asking me, Amit, I mean, what I think about some guy who's putting a lot of shares into a company, I mean, that's up to you, really. I mean, I have no opinion on Soros taking a big position in RIVN. These guys, of course, are looking at it longer term than I ever would be. So I really don't have an opinion one way or the other. If you believe, if you're into stocks that have news like that, and you want to hold for months, I guess, but these guys are not infallible, of course. And you're talking, I am way more of an intraday trader, so I'm not looking long term at all. So I don't care that much about news like that. No, look at wow, UDMY just soaring here again. It's got some room. Earnings play really zero. It was an earnings play on the released earnings after hours yesterday. No reaction. No reaction this morning. But the market opens and look at this UDMY. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, I think somebody took lift in the pre-market. and it is lifting a bit. So it's above, yeah, it has to be for it to be in this scan. It has to be above yesterday's high. So it's having a recovery in the face of the market moving down, having a bit of a recovery. The high is yesterday was 22.46, so it's above that high. Obviously, a big gap to fill if it wants to keep moving. What's Uber doing? Take a look at Uber, see if it's moving in tandem. The answer is not. It's not really. Uber did not have the same massive drop that Lyft did on earnings. Dropped, but not the same. Not certainly not the same amount percentage wise. And what's the market doing? So there's two. So the first 30 minutes straight down. The next 15-minute candle is emerging red. Also, come on, DOCN, take that 35 out. Well, I'll look at Indo. I do have Indo as a, yeah, Indo, I mean, of course, energy plays such as it is, 1.8 million in the float. If you were around a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, I guess now, wow, it's 2 months, flew by when it went crazy all the way up to $85. No news on it. There was no news. It was just an energy play that caught the fancy of traders around the world. And things like HUSA, was it MXC? Is that the one? MXC that would run with it also. So you can say MXC right there, running with it. Another low float situation, MXC. So what was the high over here is 1938. High over here. So I mean, you can see that if it can ever break through 20, if it can break through 20, I mean, it's got a lot of run, and that's the MXC. All right, DOCN. Come on, really fall. Of course, I'm looking for a multi-dollar move in this one if it wants to keep cratering, and that's the DOCN. Gets back to 35, I'm out of it. SOUN, man, oh man, SOUN. Tough trader, but super active, doesn't care what the market's doing. This is an alpha stock. You can see, I mean, this is ramping higher, market's moving lower and lower and lower. And that is the definition of an alpha stock. Doesn't care about what the market is doing. Etsy, Etsy had earnings, didn't it? ETSY. Yeah, out of the price range I like to trade, but definitely a thumping. You know what I lost sight of was that LICY. LICY. Boy, that was a nice little short from that top here. And it's got a ton of room underneath. Look at that, $656 underneath. Well, guys, I'm not saying no bounce plays will work, but you know, I'd be very reluctant until this market settles down a little bit. Because I mean, if you're trying to play something that, you know, on a bounce with this market doing what it's doing, you might get a bounce, but I don't think it's going to be very sustained. Ah, okay. I'm out of that DOCN, guys. Basically flat on that. I'll keep an eye on it for later, but it just I wanted that once it took out 35, I thought it would really start to crater, but it's not wanting to yet anyway. So I am out of that DOCN basically flat. What I mean by that is no gain. So what I'm going to do with the DOCN is just put an alert at the low of the day and see if it takes it out later on. Now I'm going to keep an eye on the AI, but the AI had a very strong day yesterday. Very strong day. Had a lot of was up. Most of the stocks were up. Of course, it took advantage of that late day rally. So I'm going to keep an eye on the AI today and see if anything happens. It could be interesting. Okay, DOCN is teasing me again underneath 35. Yeah, HDSN actually is still pretty good here. I mean, look at HDSN, an earnings play. It has not given it up. Yeah, this was shortable, lots of shares available, Interactive Brokers, but shorts are not piling into this one yet anyway, HDSN. Not even close. And when you look left, so can't see anything on the weekly chart. So I then turn my attention to the monthly chart, and 802 is the next high. Not, I'm sorry, 980 is the next high. So that's about $1 away on the monthly chart. And that's back in 2017. BTTX, I had a pullback. Yeah, nice. Again, I think this one, 510 is the next high looking left. I believe, am I wrong here? 279, 279, 279, 282, 284, and then the three. So that's right. If somehow it can work its way through three, then you look left and you've got the $5.10 high. So may not happen today, but no, right now the AI agrees with you on the BTTX right now. HYMC is just sinking here, guys. HYMC going back. There's that close around 139 yesterday, 140, just sinking right back down to it. Wow, look at this. This is a big. This is the biggest candle right now. Widest candle on the SPY, the third 15-minute candle. Relentless selling. I mean, this is just wiping out all that positivity from the late day surge from yesterday. I'm just ticked that DOCN did not partake. It was already down a lot. I get it, but well, it seemed to be based on the future promise that maybe we won't do a 75 point down the road. That seemed, but the market was just looking for any glimpse of hope. And so they snatched onto it. And once that buying started, it was relentless. All right, here's another one making the 10-day daily breakdown is the GIL, and it is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Well, you know what? Tupperware is still sinking here. TUP is still sinking here. So let's take a look at Tupperware. Where could it go? So look at the weekly chart, can't see anything. So the next thing to do is check the monthly chart. So we're at 1076 right now. The next low for Tupperware is down here at 476. Wow. This just looks like a company that's, well, nobody cares about it anymore. All right, now if you're looking to play bounces, I mean, at least there's a bottoming tail on that SPY. So you might get a little bit of a bounce. Things that you might be looking to have a bounce play. You're getting a little bit of a bottoming tail right there. What time is it right now? 10:15. So actually, okay, so the relentless selling stopped for a bit, just a bit. At a bottoming tail. Next candle will be key. Takes out the low here. Look out. I mean, if it take, I'm going to stick an alert there for the SPY. It takes out that low, then the relentless selling is not over. All right, so GIL again, the next low looking left on the monthly chart. What did I say? 3085, 3085 looks like that's the next low looking left on the monthly chart, so it still has some room. This is an earnings play, GIL. Yeah, good for you on the BTTX. Good for you. This is going to be, again, if it takes out 3, there's that 305. I tried to get a short on the top and they won't fail me because of the uptick rule. Shoot. This happened to me. Can't remember the one that happened to me. I think it was a KZR, KZR. Not doing today. KZR. That's still sinking here. All time, not an all time low, but TUP is on the way down, guys. TUP. Again, the uptick rule, something's now over 10%. Sometimes, even though it's not a matter of short availability, it's just that the uptick rule takes over. And so if you try to go in at the bid, normally you'll get a fill. If the stock is not down 10%, you'll get an instant fill. But if it's down 10%, there's got to be some action at the ask, and then obviously goes back to the bid. But you may be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. So what happens is you can drive you crazy. Sometimes you get an instant fill, sometimes you don't. Alpha stock of the day so far, SOUN, does not give a rip about what the market's doing. And again, it takes out that pre-market high. All traders are going to be looking at is over here 2 days ago when it hit 18. Pretty hard to commit to any bounces. I'm looking at the bounce alerts from ZachScan, but pretty hard to commit. Look at Indo. That's why you got to be so careful. Look at this Indo up to 2261, all the way back down to 20. 10% drop just like that. So BTTX did come into the AI 264, 288 now, 9% gain so far. I'm going to go over this in a bit. 1020. So in case you're wondering, risk reward, okay, RR is risk reward. These are RR lines. So for instance, if he's risking 10 cents on a trade, he'll put one line at 20 cents above the current price, another line at 30 cents, another line at 40 cents. I'm just making the math easy. These are all risk reward levels. Again, when you take a trade, you're going to have a stop. So again, I'll make the math simple. Let's say your stop is 10 cents on the trade. You have to look at a chart and you have to have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents on the trade based on what the chart is telling you. Otherwise, you don't want to risk 10 cents to make a penny. If you saw a lot of resistance on top of a trade based on a chart, say you took a trade and you risk 10 cents and you see well, you wouldn't do it. And you're looking at a chart and you're saying, okay, I can see where I could put my stop 10 cents away. But if I look on top, there looks like there's a lot of resistance around a nickel away. You wouldn't take the trade. You're not going to risk 10 cents to try to make a nickel. So what Zach and many do, and Dak and Zach and many do, they don't get into a trade. I don't either. I don't get into a trade unless I think I have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 on a risk reward basis. Okay. All right, it is 10:22, so stay tuned. We've got my little spiel. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So the first thing I am going to do is put in the test drive link. If you want to try test, if you want to try test, do it again. If you want to try trade ideas for 10 trading days, you can do it. Just click on that test drive link. So it starts on the 16th. So today is the 5th. So if you sign up today, and it'll cost you $11.11, you'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading. Okay, no auto trading permitted during the test drive. Just give me a moment. What was triggering here? Oh, that's a SPY. Wow, look at that. So the SPY took that out. Remember that bottoming tail? We thought maybe the relentless selling might be over for a bit. Not even close. So the SPY just took out that low again. All right, back to the test drive. So if you sign up today, you're pre-registering, okay? You will not get live data until the 16th. You'll have access to the program on the 13th, though. That's the Friday before. And about an hour after the market closes, you will have access to trade ideas so you can play around with it for the weekend to get prepared for the test drive. And playing around with it, meaning, you can take a look at the scans that I'm sharing. You can look at all the scans that we have in our toolbar. I'll go over that in a bit. Okay, so you can get prepared for when you actually have live data starting Monday morning, May the 16th. So again, you're pre-registering, so please don't harass our support people and say, hey, I just signed up for this test drive. Where is my data? Please just read it. It doesn't start till the 16th. So that'll be 10 trading days. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? We do this about 4 times a year, so it's a good opportunity to try us out. You can also, if you're a standard subscriber, you want to upgrade to our premium service for those 10 days, you can do so. And again, once it's over, you'll be back down to a standard, unless you say, hey, no, keep me at premium. Okay, so that is the test drive. Give me a moment here. The next thing I'm going to do is in my homepage link. Okay, so if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Now we have a nice promo on right now, 25% off. Okay, there's the promo code to use, Mayo Sale 25 for 25% off. The Cinco de Mayo sale, okay? You can click on Get Trade Ideas, tell you how much trade ideas cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly premium standard. So you can apply that 20%, 25% discount off that 2,000 or 1,000. The big difference is the AI. One alert so far. Here's the BTTX 264 at 280 right now. Okay. Had a great day yesterday, the AI. I'll go over it in a bit. Just let me continue this. Now, do not take out an annual subscription unless you're absolutely convinced you want the program. The reason being, you have to look at the refund information. So, you know, you really have to know that you want an annual subscription. So this is what I would do. Take a monthly. 118, 228, less the 25% for the first month only. Now, there's no problem. You want to stick on a monthly subscription forever, that's fine. But if you do, within 30 days, you decide, you know what, I love the program and I want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 25% discount, okay? If you do it within 30 days, okay? But again, you can, so there's no mad rush. You know, people usually want to take on an annual because they want the, you know, the discount to be applied for the whole year. I get it, but you don't have to do that. You can take out a monthly and you'll get that 25% discount on that first month. Then you can make up your mind. More information on my homepage. So if you're just a new subscriber and you haven't done this, you know, I beg you, do this first. Click on the Let's Get Started. Now, you don't have to do everything. I mean, if you've already downloaded it and installed it, fine. But this will take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos, about 30 minutes in length total, okay? For startup and login, toolbar, and right-click magic, okay? So do yourself a favor. So again, if you're going to take the test drive, you know, Friday afternoon, an hour after the market closes, you'll have access to the program. That's what I would do. I would click on that link to get yourself used to what Trade Ideas is all about, especially if you're brand new. Okay. More information on my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. This is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And here is all the education. So assuming you've already done the Let's Get Started, now you can dive into the program a little bit more. You can take a look at our user guide. Click on that user guide link. Now, don't get overwhelmed by all the information here. You don't have to learn everything. You know, probably you want to take a look at the toolbar and the channel bar and, you know, what are alert windows and top list windows. That'll get you started. You know, in the Let's Get Started section, it's covered, but obviously a little more detail. So you don't have to learn everything. Okay, don't get hung up on that. Full table of contents, here it is, all searchable. Again, you don't have to learn everything. The questions we get a lot is, well, how can I learn everything? Well, you don't have to. Take a look at an MS Word manual. Do you know everything in there? Of course not. You pick and choose what you want to do, and that's about it. So there's that getting started again. So daily support. So I also moderate a YouTube room at the same time. It's essentially the same. They see my screen, they hear me. I do take a break at noon. Okay, noon, and I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Thursday, so I'm anticipating it will be Jamie. And I'll confirm that. Jamie is a big user of Brokerage Plus and E-Trade. So if you have Brokerage Plus questions, you can save up those questions. And Jamie will be there in about an hour and a half. Chris Varley at Trade Ideas also takes over when I shut the main room down. He takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Excuse me, 3:30 and 4:30. Great opportunity to ask questions there also. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. There is one today. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week it is Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here. And last, what's happened here? Okay, slid over here. Okay, so this is back to basics. This is I guess all free. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock? No, I'm sorry, brand new to trading. Okay, so it's a great introduction to trading. Starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, etc. Okay, and it's all free, put together by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. All right, so great free resource. Back to my homepage. Here are my scans. These are the scans that I'm sharing. You're going to be talking about the 10-day daily breakdown. This is what this one is. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down. Okay, so you can take a look at these scans. So again, if you're going to take this test drive, this is what I would recommend you do. Is the thing is save my link, and you've got this section here, the Let's Get Started. You've got all the education here and my scans. A lot of information is here, so you don't have to do it, while this room is open. You can just save my link, and then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay, so now what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock markets, okay? Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you on my homepage that I'm sharing a lot of scans. We have a ton of scans up here. If you click on from our toolbar, you click on new and then dock channel bar, this is what you're going to see. These are all theme-based channels. So again, you're going to take this test drive, go through them, see what they're about. I click on the momentum channel, and you can see right here. Now that's at 10:22. I know it's 10:33 right now. When you load an alert window, you will see the last alert. But what happens here, and with my scans also, if you want to see what this scan, for instance, is looking for, you just right click, configure, summary. And this is what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between 1 and 50, 100,000 shares, etc. Okay, these are all the filters in place. If a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, boom, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's what that all means. So these are what we're called an event-based scanner. So you create the event and then you wait for the alerts to happen. And again, these are real-time alerts. Now, if you don't like, and same thing with my scan, for instance, if you looked at this and said, well, I like the idea, but I'd rather have a different price range, fine, just make the change. If you want to change it to 10 and 100. Again, I'm not trying to teach people right now. All right, I'm just giving you a brief overview of what Trade Ideas is all about. Your next step should be to take the get started and take a look at the guide, with alert windows and how to create them. But I just made a change. Now you see how it says 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. So if I like that the way it is, then I say okay, and then I can save it to the cloud. What I'm really trying to explain here is that you can go through the different channels. You can start extracting scans that we have created. You save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, thereby creating your own layout without actually know how to build a scan from scratch in the first place. Okay? Don't have it. No, Benjamin. Don't have. Really don't have any information like that, Benjamin. There might be some information if you click on support. We don't agree with auto trading, number one, okay? So, but if you want to, you can go to support at trade-ideas.com. They may have something for you, but we don't agree with auto trading, Benjamin. It's that simple. Well, look at this SOUN launching again. But if you click on that link, you can ask. I think there is some statistics regarding mainly the comparison to the SPY. Wow, SOUN guys, it's really trying to make that challenge of the all-time high. right here at that 18. This is, I mean, again, I keep reiterating, this is an alpha stock. Why? Look what it's doing. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this was the first candle. After that, all up. Look at the SPY. I'm not saying this is going to keep going up higher and higher, but I mean, this is certainly running counter what the rest of the market is doing. So this is the AI today. This is the one alert, 264, 294 to go long in this VTTX, up 11% right now. That's the, now there may be other alerts, but what you do is basically just sort on the any profitable. I don't know if there are any other alerts today. Yeah, one other one, Bally. All right, now obviously if you do want to create your own scans, you can do so. If I right click on this alert window and I click on configure, now I click on search instead of summary, click on search. These icons here, these represent all of the alerts that we have. These are all the real-time alerts that we have. And when I scroll down and see these icons, these are the filters that we have. Do not get hung up on how many we have. The company, when it started in 2003, made a decision that they thought most people would not want to have to learn a programming language to create their scans. So what they try to do is create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn what they all mean. I mean, if you're interested, right from the beginning, just a glance at what they're all looking for, you click on new high and then click on the help and you'll see this. Again, don't get overwhelmed by it, but this is the definition of everything, okay? I use maybe half of them, maybe 1% of them. That's it. But obviously we had to create enough of them because there's all sorts of different trading styles out there. Okay? So again, you can create your own scans if you want, or you can just take all the scans from me and our toolbar or the doc channel bar, and you can use those and modify them. Okay, guys, I'm hearing a grunt, which means SFM is continuing to move down. So SFM continued to move down. Had that bottoming tail, little pop up, now continuing down. Okay, guys, now the AI, let me go over the AI. If you have a premium service, this is how I would watch it. And this is, if you're going to take the test drive, this is what I would do. Just take, well, first of all, Monday morning on the 16th, I'm going to explain a lot of this for the test drivers, of course. But right now, if you have trade ideas and you have the premium service, all I would do is this, just click on the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's all I would do. When you do that, this is what you'll see. And I know there are a couple other trades, but they're not profitable. So just take a look. All I do is track the profitable trades all day long. I don't care about the ones that aren't doing well. I just care about the ones that are making money, and you can follow those all day long. So there's the BTTX as an example. Okay. And all you have to do then is save this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to do this every day. This is, I mean, it's going to be tough. I know the AI's got another long one. It's going to be tough to go long anything. Look at this market. I mean, just look at what this market is doing. Just getting crushed here. I mean, we were up, what, 900 and something yesterday? Now we're down 704. So, yeah, I want to talk a little bit about this window that we see here called a brokerage plus. That's what we call it, this big blue window called brokerage plus. Wow, look at that SOUN. So if your look doesn't look like this, if you have an older a buy and sell, if it doesn't look like this, what I should do is show you that you should be on the latest beta, not just for this, but because all our charts and all our scanning now start at 8 a.m. Eastern, I'm sorry, 4 a.m. Eastern time and run to 8 p.m. Eastern time, okay? We finally made the switch, I don't know, maybe a month ago, but you have to have the latest beta in order to have that. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll to the top where it says download, you click on download and scroll down until you see the beta right here. And then you'll have access to data starting at 4 a.m. Eastern time, okay? And running to 8 p.m. If you don't know what version, and that version is 5.5.76. If you don't know what version you got, just click on help and about, and that'll tell you the version you're on. One big wow here, guys. The Zeta, I think the Zeta is giving it up now too. This showed up in the, and it's right at the 200-day moving average, sitting right on top of it. Not an earnings play. Yeah, so Benjamin, that's a sort of a bit of a hack. So the question from our YouTube room is, can I explain the EPS filter on the gap scan? It says min 0.001 and a max minus 0.001. So a lot of us, including myself, I don't want to see ETFs, okay? I only want to see stocks showing up in the scan. So that's a bit of a, call it a hack or a trick, because obviously ETFs don't have earnings, either negative or positive. So if you put that in there, you will not see any ETFs. You'll just see stocks. Okay. Now, if you don't like that, if you want to have if you want to see ETFs in your scans, then you can remove that. Okay, but that's why it's there. Does that make sense? Now, the only problem with that filter is sometimes it blocks, especially, I don't know why, but it seems to block some of the Israeli stocks, okay? Even though they're stocks and in theory they have earnings at some point, but it seems to block every now and then a stock, but it doesn't really bother me that much. So let me just go over this window, this Brokerage Plus window. So first I want to start off new. This is what you would see. Okay, so first of all, just want to put in a link to Brokerage Plus. Well, there is a link I put in called Brokerage Plus, and there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this option available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And by the way, this window is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, it is not available. Wow, look at SOUN, guys. This is really, really the alpha stock of the day. So when you, now how I really like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. So again, if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you're trying to maybe test out a scan and see how well it works, you can practice trading. It uses using our simulator. You notice it says Brokerage Plus, and underneath there are two options. One says live and one says sim for simulation, paper trading. And how I like to demonstrate it is as a simulator. Okay, if you're new to trading, or again, if you have maybe a new scan you've created and you want to do some testing, you can do it. You can use a simulator. And of course, this is going to be available. It's going to be available during the test drive. All you need is our standard service. If you have our standard service right now, or you're thinking about taking out a subscription right now, and you'd like to practice trading, then all you need is a standard service. It doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're still not decided about who your broker is going to be, that's okay. You can try our simulator because it uses our real-time data. And I clicked on sim, and you notice it changed to account. And all you do is then click on that, and then click on the little pop-up simulated trading default. And now you're in simulation mode. Now you can practice trading. And I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. I mean, especially those of you who are kind of new and watching this market, and you're not used to something that, a market that just looks really, really like a lot of doom and gloom. You better practice trading first. And I know I kind of kid, but I'm not really kidding. I mean, if you won't short, if you are, won't short, now there could be a valid reason for not shorting. Maybe your broker doesn't allow it or something. You have a type of an account that doesn't allow it. Okay, I get it. And I'm talking about shorting stocks. Yes, you can buy a bear ETF. I get that. But if you won't short for psychological reasons, and that's how I kind of phrase it, I can't help you. In other words, you think shorting is evil, or you've heard that, oh my gosh, I can lose all my money. Well, I can't help you. Then you are probably sitting on your hands, and who knows how long that's going to be. Yeah, you can get the odd one like this, the SOUN, but let's face it, when a market, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I mean, almost an hour and 45 minutes straight down, wiping out all those gains from yesterday. So it's easy to use this simulator. You just click on an alert. You notice you click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, and you click the buy button, and that sort of sets it up, and then you send it. So let's just do one just for fun. Just want to show you the mechanics of it. Let's just say I wanted to buy HDSN. I'm going to buy 500 shares. Talk a little bit about money management for those of you who are new. Click the buy button and send it. So now I'm going to be in the trade. Okay, 882. Took the trade at 883, sorry. So I'm going to put a stop here at 863. I'll explain why I'm doing this. So actually, when I like to explain it, when you take a trade, actually, you should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Try to be selective. Should have some kind of checklist, and unless you can check every box, don't take the trade. Doesn't mean to have 100 things that have to work before you take the trade. Otherwise, of course, you'll never take anything. Now, I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. You know, everybody has a different trading style. Most of the things for me, based on my scans, are already checked. What do I mean by that? I'm never going to see something out of a price range that I'm comfortable trading, a minimum volume that I want, maybe a minimum relative volume that I want. Okay, so a lot of things I'm able to check already when I get the alert. My next step then is, okay, what does it look like on a daily, weekly, monthly chart? Sizing that up quickly. What's the market doing? Then I make up my mind if I want to take the trade. Okay. Now, the other thing though is that, you know, even though you could get the best setup ever, you know, everything is checked and it even has news, great news, you know, sometimes they just don't work. You know, it's that simple. They just don't work, even though you can't believe it's not working. So that's why I always have a stop. And the stop is the price I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, how I place my stops, usually I'm kind of visual. So I'll look at no less than a 5-minute chart and I'll size up where I think a support level is. In other words, if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade and move on. My advice to those starting out, because, you know, support can be is not necessary. I mean, my idea of support may be maybe not the same idea as somebody else. Okay. However, if you use, say, the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's a defined number. You might want to practice doing that for a while. Okay. Now you'll notice here when I place my stop, it says minus 97.50. So if the stock went down to 863, I'm losing approximately, if I allow it to go down here and take me out at this price, I'm losing approximately $100. How did that happen? Well, so if you agree with me that you should have a stop, a price you're going to get out of the trade, the next step is, okay, how much am I actually going to risk on the trade dollar-wise? You know, if you have a $5,000 account, I would hope it makes sense that you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And I also, you know, the way I trade, I try to keep my risk amount the same every single trade, you know, within reason. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, $50 the next, 300 the next. Okay, I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. And your risk amount will be dependent on your account size. So practice, you can practice in the simulator, of course. So why does it say minus 100? Well, again, when I get into a trade, I know where my stop is, and that's going to share size me. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I will take is dependent on my entry and my stop. So my entry was 883. My stop is 863. I purposely made it a 20-cent stop, 20 cents away, to make all this math simple, because if I'm going to risk $100 a trade, I would divide 20 cents into $100 and presto, I get 500 shares. That's why, you know, when I started this, that's why I took 500 shares, knowing my stop was going to be 20 cents away. Because I divide again 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. So again, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. It's dependent on the difference between my entry and my stop. So yeah, is there a lot to learn? Yes, there is. Not easy. You know, that's why you've got to practice. So the next thing is, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade. Okay, I'm just going to flat out tell you, forget about trying to trade. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about it. You know, and unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you start trading for real. Why? Because you may be incredibly disciplined. You're hearing me talk and you start practicing and you're obeying your stops and you're doing everything right and you're making money and saying, great, I can do this. You take that first trade, the first 3 trades, and you're all excited, and the first trade or subsequent trades don't work, even though, again, you're convinced yourself that this is the best setup possible. How can this not be working? So what can happen is that you will not obey your stop. You know, you'll start to second guess where you put your stop. Even if you're using the low of the previous 5-minute candle, you might think, well, you know what, really, this is too tight. You know, it's and you know, this has got to work. This trade has got to work. I can't believe it's not working. So instead of obeying your stop, you let it run down below your stop. So now your manageable $100 loss risk starts turning into two, three, four, $500 before you finally give up and you sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And for those of you who've been in the room for a while, you know what my next statement's going to be. Almost as worse is not obeying your stop, allowing that to turn into a two, three, $400 loss, and then it does turn around, and now you're up two, three, $400, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can happen. But I'm just saying, if you want to last doing this, you better have you've got to have good discipline. You've got to have great money management because yes, can disobeying your stop turn around on you and now you're making money? Of course it can. But over the long term, you can get wrecked if you don't obey your stop, in my opinion, anyway. So that's it, guys. You know, practice, practice, practice using the simulator. And this room is like this, again, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. This is nothing special. In other words, this is not, ahead of the test drive. And we have all the support between 12 and 1, again, in our YouTube room. One of the other traders takes over, and they have, most of the other traders at Trade Ideas are more swing traders. Okay, I'm the active trader. So, but you can get a different perspective by going to the YouTube room between 12 and 1 and hearing a different trader. And then between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Varley at Trade Ideas is there. So, we really try to support the product as best we can. Yeah, just about wiped out. We're down 800. So I think the market was it 922? Was it up 922? So we're just everything is being wrecked. Everything. And even I shouldn't say even, but the SUN is now giving it up completely. So guys, if you won't short, then you better just sit on your hands for a while and see if we get any sort of, pausing in this relentless selling. See, we had a little bounce from Zach Scan on the PBR, a little bit of a bounce, 1329 to 1345. So I guess if you get some kind of an energy play that has moved down, maybe, but All right, guys, I'm just following some internal discussion to trade ideas with the other traders. Yeah, it was a nice bounce. I mean, it was a nice bounce. This is not, I was surprised because it's not an energy play. I thought maybe some of the energy plays might bounce a bit, but we're starting to get, maybe some bottoming. Well, not maybe, we've got some bottoming tails here. We just have to have the market, market doesn't have to be ripping higher for bounce plays to work. It just can't be doing this relentlessly. Even if it just stops for a while, for those of you looking for bounce plays. But I have to say, I mean, look at these bounces. I mean, 2902 for S, 2990 now, DT 3703, 38. I mean, these are excellent bounce plays. I got to tell you, they're excellent. So even though the market was doing this, Zach scan, those bouncers worked extremely well. And if you want that scan, all you have to do is go to my homepage, and there it is. It's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Now, Zeta did not bounce, so they don't all, there's the Zeta. There was an alert for Zeta at 886. And again, when you see these alerts, if you're trying to, bounces and toppers are not easy. But when you see it, doesn't mean you just hop into the trade, of course. You got to watch to see what it's doing. I mean, DT, as an example, the first alert was at 37.49, then 37.23, and then 37.03. So, if you'd hopped in right there, would have been okay, still, we would have been suffering somewhat as this was moving down. How I like to do this when I pay a lot more attention to it is I like to see is if a stock starts making multiple and giving me multiple alerts. So this is a bounce play. So of course, if it's going to be giving me multiple alerts, the price will be falling. If the difference between that first alert and the last alert isn't, horrible, in this case, it was right on the cusp perhaps. So it's at 46 cents, but it's a 37 cents, a $37 stock. But let's just say for argument's sake, that was the last alert, 37.23. What I would be doing is I'd be putting a price alert at 37.29. And then if it happens, if it pops back up, then I'd be inclined to take the trade and put the stop, at the low of that second low, if that makes sense. As a way to try to play these because they're not easy. Because you try to, sorry, is it going to bounce now? Is it going to bounce now? Is it going to bounce now? So they're not easy. I wouldn't suggest for new people, to really be concentrating on something like that for me, but yeah, I mean, look at this SPY. My disappointment is the DOCN with all this relentless selling. I mean, I know it's down 18%, etc. now. I just thought maybe with this relentless selling and the fact that it was an all-time low, that when it broke through 35, it would just, like, why are people buying this? You can sort of, it's an all-time low. I mean, they're obviously looking for little bounces, but with the relentless selling in the market, I thought this would a possibility, but it kept me out of the the second time I almost got back in it or got in it, but it just wasn't falling enough. So I do have an alert set down at the low of the day at 34. Let's see if later on it just starts to, if the market continues to do this, because again, that'll be an all-time low. So my advice, guys, if you're, looking at this and, especially if you've got some longer term holds and all that, and they're, just maybe turn off your computer and just walk away. I know it's hard mentally to watch something like this happen, especially if it's happening to your account. And, have stops, of course, even if you're, swing trades, you've got to have stops. Yeah, so I can't, Garrett Braun, I can't guarantee that it's an entire list. It has to be updated by somebody. I don't know. But we do have, if you right click on an alert window or a top list window, so the question is how to block warrants. So so right click on configure, and then click on symbol lists. First of all, can you hear me? And are you watching what I'm doing before I keep going? Okay, so let me start again. So right click on your alert window or your top list window, configure, symbol list. Now see where it says add existing list, click on that. Now you're going to have to go down until you see warrants. Somewhere it should say warrants. Okay, so underneath ETFs, so you might have to, you won't have as long a list, but just keep scrolling down until you see warrants, okay? When you see warrants, click on it, and then you'll notice it'll pop over to this column, the left-hand column. So once you see all warrants here, then this is a drop-down menu. Now the default, of course, is all symbols, but you could click on exclude the following lists, okay, and then you check all warrants, and then say okay, and so the warrants that are in there will be blocked. Now I cannot guarantee that it's the entire history or universe of warrants, but it's certainly going to cover a lot of them. Okay. Okay, great. What's interesting is this SGLY. I mean, to me, it looks like it's halted. It's not, but had the damaging report by Hindenburg that just killed the stock, got all the way down to 4, did pop up $1 to 5, and now it's not budging. And of course, what we can wait for is the as I call it, the refutation by the company, basically coming out and saying, "Hey, we don't agree with what Hindenburg said." But they haven't. I don't see any news on that. But it's interesting that it's just kind of flatlining now, not doing anything. Bitcoin, boy, what is Bitcoin doing these days? I don't follow Bitcoin at all in terms of the price, but yeah, look at this. So this is the ETF for Bitcoin. What is it? 35,000, 34,000. What is it? Yeah, Dow is going for 1,000 down. So we were I think we were about 929 up yesterday. So we've given that up completely. 37. Thank you, David. This just won't quit. I mean, the VARs, I mean, it's again, They're getting wider and wider, these 15-minute candles. Well, here's ATI from Zaxcan, but again, I mean, until this market stops, I'm not saying it's not going to bounce, but boy, until this market stops moving down, it's amazing what a difference a few hours makes. The party hats are up. We're out right about here, guys. Right at the SPY. Look at that. Saying, hey, we're back. Now look at this. So it's actually right at yesterday's low, 413. So not quite at yesterday's low. So, oh well, I'll put an alert down there and see if it takes out yesterday's low. Because remember, the market was red yesterday until that massive rally. It was an earnings play yesterday, okay, pre-market. So well, we don't have it as, so it was yesterday earnings play. So it actually had a nice reaction yesterday. You're talking about the ATI, William. So other thing to check is let's take a look at the volume. So that was the volume yesterday. So on the SPY, of course, helped at the end of the day. You can see, look, I mean, look at the volume that was just pouring in. And that last that 330 candle. So look at that though. I mean, the volume has been steady selling. Yeah, Zach, I have no idea how, like the short covering. I mean, very few people would have access to shorts for AUST. Okay, very few people. So I don't think this was shorting. I think this was just, and I'm not saying there's nobody out there that had shorts, but because it's brand new yesterday, and there's still no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for this one. So I don't think there's a lot of short covering on this one because there's just no shorts available. And there's no shorts available. Yeah, Trade Zero, which typically has shorts. And I think Zach said yesterday there were no shorts at center point for this one. So, I mean, look, there was no reason for this one to have soared up to $30. I mean, oh, look at the ICPT, guys, ICPT. So it's actually a market high. Of course, it's not a pre-market high. 2413 is the pre-market high, but yeah. So the question is, how do I add don't repeat to anything? Okay, well, you just right click on an alert window and go to properties and find the don't repeat. one of the options, click on the don't repeat, and then you can click that don't repeat, and then you have, this is a drop-down menu. You can pick the time frame. I like to do it for the day, but of course you have different time frames. Okay, and then say okay a couple of times, and that's done. Well, it really depends on your broker, though, Kitten. I mean, IB's got a pretty good reputation as a, what I would call a broker that is widely used for having shorts. Do they have all the shorts? No, but you want to get something like Centerpoint, fine. You pay more, but you'll have access probably to more shorts. I just don't let it bother me. And the other thing too is, I mean, it's not finding the shorts. I mean, if there are no shorts available for IB, I don't go and request, can you find them for me? I don't care about that. If I don't have shorts available immediately, I just pass. No, Questrade has shorts for AUT. I'm sorry for the what we were talking about for the AUST. It's hard to believe, but I mean, I used to have Questrade, but it's hard for me to believe that they have shorts for AUST. All right, guys, a glimmer, a glimmer of hope. A little green candle forming, very narrow bar. Maybe, just maybe that'll, give us a little bit of a breather in this relentless selling. Well, that glimmer of hope is now turning into a non-glimmer of hope. Whew. Okay, guys, yeah. So that little green sliver is now turned into a red sliver. I absolutely there have to be so few brokers, okay. I mean, look, it's an IPO from yesterday. So, and somebody who has trade zero, which typically is really good for shorts, probably not. Probably I'm very surprised that Questrade has shorts for this one. I'd like to have verification of that. Meanwhile, FSLY continues its march down, guys. Continues the march down. Really? E-Trade has shorts. Interesting. Okay. Well, IB typically, well, not typically, but usually takes at least, well, never the day of. Sometimes I see shorts available the next day or next couple of days when it's an IPO. Anyway, meanwhile, Zeta just continue a march down from that initial alert at 881. Of course, you're probably hard pressed to find something that didn't march down. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some things just to see if there's any sort of a bounce opportunity for anything. As long as this market just stops, just doesn't have to go up, just stop going down, just base for a while. That's it. If you're looking for a bounce. I mean, this is a minor bounce for IRT, a Realty Trust. Yeah, oh yeah, I see now. Yeah, we're down 1,000 now on the Dow. 600 on that. Oh my goodness. Well, remember, guys, remember in March of 2020, we had this huge, and that looked like it was going to be over. Very different feeling though. We had a tech rally like we haven't seen here. Well, you are a brave man. EDR, not oh, BRCC. Okay, not EDR. I mean, look, it's bouncing a little bit. IRT bouncing a little bit from the alert at 2292. How much? I don't know. I mean, how much are you willing, wanting to, I mean, if the market stops, this is a realty fund or a realty trust. So let's just take a look at what the market did from the open. And Now I'm going to take a look at the sector status, but not the change from the close, but the change from the open. Now look at this. Wow. Oh, brother. So this is the more telling story. You remember when I looked at this ETF, the XLE ETF for energy, and when we looked at this pre-market, at one point, 100% of them were up from yesterday's close. Look at this, 100% of them are down from their open. Okay, 100% of them are down from their open. So that has been so even though energy looked, at the beginning was the strong sector, but like everything else, sell off and just a sea of red. This one is actually doing pretty well. This is an alpha stock, this KD. I see it actually showed up in the option scanner at 1201, or the price was 1201. And so this has actually done okay. KD, it's coming into maybe a resistance area around 1230 or so, but it is an earnings play, but it has done extremely well in the face of this sell-off. All right, guys, I just want to bring your attention to this. I actually kind of wanted this to happen. Okay, remember, this is in the simulator, all right? Remember, I was demonstrating how you can use the simulator. So we took this HDSN, the entry was 883, okay? And at one point, had I been able to sell right at the very top, okay, while I was still in this trade, in the simulator, I would have been up $100, okay? So I like to have, now there is a bug in this. I'm going to tell you right now, because when I exit this trade, it's going to, well, actually, it's probably, yeah, this is double what the stop is essentially. This should say really minus 100. There's still some kind of a bug in the simulator, but what I'm trying to show you though is that if one point you were up $100 and now you let it get down to, and again, that should really only say minus 100, you're not managing your trade very well, especially in the face of a market like this. Okay, if that makes sense. So when you have the max P&L and then that distance from the exit price. Now, this is telling me though, if I got out where my stop was, okay, manage the trade, okay, got out at the stop. It is now 31 cents below where I exited, which is what you want to see. That will tell you, okay, now on the, let's say I had made money on this, and what you'd want to see is a big negative number on the distance from the exit price. And these three columns, again, that has to be fixed. This total P&L, that should say really minus 100. Yeah, it did have a great bounce. I have to admit, it in the face of, now I have been reading, that these realty trusts are maybe, even though I look at this and it's just been down, 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 but yeah, that was a great bounce. I got it. Yeah, I got to admit, it was a great bounce. Again, this one is doing well. I mean, it's still down 8%, VMEO, but it is doing well. I mean, it's an earnings play. When I say well, I mean, I know it's down, but what a recovery, again, in the face of this market. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. Wow, I have to admit, I thought it was only about 11 o'clock, but it's actually 11:30. So this, even though a lot to talk about, of course, is just with the market, what it's doing. Now, okay, maybe, I keep saying this, but maybe pay attention to Zach's bouncers now because look what the market's doing. It's flattening just a little bit. And again, I'm not saying bouncers, the market doesn't have to be racing higher. Of course, bouncers will work unbelievably well if the market starts to reverse, but just stop the selling. KRBP, let's take a look at KRBP. Oh, again, I don't see these because they're under a dollar, but yeah, I mean, look at this, 49%. Not a ton of volume though. I mean, for it, yes, 8 times, but you would think on a move like that, there'd be millions of shares. It's only 11.4 million in the float, and the volume is starting to pour in. It just turns a long into a short or a short into a long, Martin. If you're new to trading, I wouldn't use it, okay? But that's what it does. So if I was long and then I wanted to reverse it and go short, then that's what I would do. Or if I was short, I want to reverse it and go long. That's what it does. I don't talk about it at all because it's something that I don't think most people should use, but that's what it does. All right. Well, hey, there we go. Little green bar, little green bar on the SPY. So now I'll be watching these bounce plays. I hit the reverse button on the SPY. You see, that's what I did. Okay, I just had a confirmation that it'll be Jamie in her YouTube room at noon, so 11:38. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break, and Jamie will take over in our YouTube room. And again, he's a big user of Brokerage Plus. He has an E-Trade account also. So if you have questions like that, you can ask him. Yeah, bounce plays are not easy. Bounce plays are not easy. I mean, you have to have, I mean, again, with Zacks, I have a somewhat of a method. Look at the VMEO is just, I mean, it's doing really well. What a comeback. And now with this market doing this, maybe it comes back even further. This is an earnings play too. This EPAM, I'm sure got wrecked. Not really wrecked. It's way outside the price range that I like, but EPAM is an earnings play. EPAM, still up for the day. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I am now just kind of looking again some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything in this 2 minute bounce that we've had. Unbelievable. Well, remember I was talking about how nice the KD was? You know, little earnings play. It was moving higher. It wasn't being affected by the market. You know, you can drive you crazy, can it? Because look at this. The market, it was moving higher. The market was moving lower. Finally, the market puts in a nice little, well, not a minimum green bar. And what does it do? Red. Oh man, you'll drive yourself crazy. Boy, this IRT was sensational. What a great, great, great bounce. I mean, pretty amazing. I mean, that's as good a bounce as you can hope for in this market. 22.87 up to 23, a dollar bounce in this market. Sitting right at the VWAP, yeah, 23.91. So it's sitting right at the VWAP, a little bit above the VWAP right now, the ART. And it actually, I mean, it really ripped through that 200-day moving average like nothing. 23.42. I mean, it just ripped right through it. Probably the best bounce I've seen. I mean, based on market conditions, that is a sensational bounce. Hmm. Well, short-lived, guys. That was a so that previous at 11:30, 15-minute candle did close green, but now this next one is starting to go red. Good time for a break. What was our dollar doing? All right, guys, not a heck of a lot to talk about right now. I'm going to be taking my break really soon. Jamie should be there in about 10 minutes. I'll put the YouTube link in right now. You can head over there if you want. Okay, so I put the YouTube link in. Jamie should be there in about 10 minutes. Okay, and then I'll take my break. Boy, this bounce is still continuing for IRT. What a great bounce. Look at that straight up. What are the rest of these types of stocks doing? VFL, these realty trusts. Yeah, this is not good. This is see. So the problem we've got with this similar is that sometimes it's not fine tuned enough, so you're not really seeing similar. These are supposed to show you stocks in the similar sector. Yeah, I mean, if you can handle the risk and all on this BT, I mean, it's been choppy, but I got this alert set over $3, and if it can take that out, who knows? Maybe tomorrow, it can start to attack that $5 range. Yeah, ugly guys, ugly again. Another test. That was a brief respite. And now we're starting to sell off again. Boy, look at the SOUN. Remember how nice it looked earlier in the day? All that run up, even though the market was dropping, and now the big sell off. Again, risky, risky, risky. All right, guys, SOM is a continuation of a gap down and go, but maybe there's some support around that 2760 mark. I mean, look at all the action at the daily. But if this market just puts in another giant red candle, no, it won't matter. I mean, my goodness, this is turning into the biggest red candle of the day now. Oh boy, there it goes, guys. Now we're at the low. So that's the spy alert that I had. Now we're at the low again. 1100 down, 640 on the NAS. Wow. It's just hard to commit to this thing, this BTTX, you know? I mean, it's just hard, you know, with this market, what it's doing. It's just hard, but it's holding. I mean, it break over three. I mean, you know, anything is possible, I guess, for BTTX. Of course, this is, you know, magnified because of the move it had at the end of the day. So it's really magnified. If we hadn't had that move at the end of the day, I mean, we'd still be down, but trying to put paint a greener picture on it. But wow, look at this. Yes. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up, and I'll put my announcement in. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Look at that candle. Yeah, well, if you don't have faith on anything, then just sit tight. You know, don't try to force a trade. I don't have to tell you that, Denver. I hope, but and anybody. Okay, and Andy, Jamie, I see you in there. I didn't hear the ping though. So let me just see. Okay, I see Andy. Sorry, Jamie's there now, guys. So I'm gonna take my break right now. Hi, Jamie. Can you hear me?
Test 1, 2.
Okay, Jamie can't hear me. He must have he must have the site on mute or something. Okay, Jamie, I'll let you take over.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Make some adjustments here real quick. Okay, hello. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Thank you, Jacques. Okay, I guess for some reason Barry couldn't hear me, but as long as you all can hear me, then we're good to go. Plus, I just installed a new headset, so I was like, oh, I hope this mic works right off the bat, and apparently it does. So we're all good to go. Hello, Michael. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so not your ordinary day, as Barry was just pointing out here. And of course, I mean, hey, all we got to do is take a look here. Little dead cat bounce yesterday, and then already back through yesterday's lows and the day before. So looking pretty precarious at this point. Will we revisit this little lower wick? Well, the way it's looking right now, there's a good potential. What do you mean exactly there, Michael? You talking about the software or the markets? Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. Gotta dispatch this text person. Okay, silent mode for the phone there. Ah, yeah, yeah, I got you, Michael. For a minute, I thought you meant the software. I'm like, no, not the software. But everything looks fine. Okay, well, earlier in the day when the session first begun, I was thinking to myself, well, surely there will probably be some stocks that are moving up. And this little guy right here for my previous days rippers, it was a good little spot right there, but I was a little hesitant with market conditions. Missed out on a good point there, but as you can see, quickly gave it back. Not a whole lot of things are immune to this downdraft today, but there are some. There's always something going up. Hey, look, it's my name. Just put an O in there, right? Ranger Equity Bear Fund. Well, no surprise that that is going up. On days like this, people tend to get fixated on the screens. We notice a big slowdown in the support typically when we have days like this. So I'm assuming that we probably have a lot of people in the audience that are kind of fixating too for good reason. But just keep in mind, this is the live support session. So if you do have any questions about the software or anything, just let me know through the questions panel. And we continue to push. And we know that there's a decent volume here, just barely over normal on the 5. About 30%, close to 30% normal volume on the 10-minute. And of course, we're rocking a 2.22 in the SPY on this downdraft here. So, you know, just doing a little technical 101. You know, this is where we hit the prior day. We zoom out a little bit more. Looks less scary. You know, here we are looking at the weekly on SPY and just kind of trying to find a home at the bottom of this range, and hopefully, um, that might act as a little support for us there. But not a whole lot going on as far as my trading today. Bottom fishing a little bit, but that's not working too good right now. Came pretty close. I'm probably going to get stopped out of backed here. Took a chance right here, thinking, you know, this little wick right here was coinciding with the SPY. Hey, we'll take a shot, but looks alike. Couple more pennies. We'll see. This has been a really active little trader here lately. BKKT can, you know, typically has 5% swings intraday, so it's been quite a good little scalping vehicle as of late. But it looks like it might give up the ghost a little bit more as well. Might be popping all-time lows in BKKT as well. I heard someone talking, or I heard Barry talking about an IPO earlier. I wasn't in front of my screens, but maybe he was talking about this one. And boy, I haven't seen one like this in quite a while. I mean, there's been quite a few that have went up significantly. Boy, the reversal in this one yesterday was just brutal. It looks like a stiletto heel right there before we had this pre-market in today's session. But what this guy top out at? We'll just look at the daily over here. 29 bucks, open at 650, went to 29, almost 30, and then boom, just got shellacked before the day was through. I can only imagine the people at that company, extreme elation and joy followed by extreme sadness. But boy, after yesterday, bulls were happy, bulls not so happy today. And this crimson color right here, we've seen a lot of red as of late, but boy, getting into that dark red now. All right, quiet out there in the questions panel, but if you do have any questions, get them out there. AI, in a market environment of this nature, to see the AI positive is very encouraging. Out of 4 signals that we've had, only 1 in the red right now. Decent little short in MXL. 1, 2, 3. Took about 45 minutes from the entry time to get moving here, but a move lower nonetheless. Really banner day for the AI yesterday, of course. Got a little help from the market, but it was well positioned to take advantage of that upswing. Okay. I'll turn on my noise canceling mic here in case the neighbor's dog starts barking again. And of course, we've all been checked this as well. You would think BTC would not move with the markets, but we were chatting about this earlier. It's got about a 97% correlation to the QQQ at present, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that's just the way everything's trading in unison right now, even crypto, even Bitcoin. And when Bitcoin moves, the entire crypto market moves as well. So here's a little action, peek at the action of the Bitcoin today. Maintaining a nice little line up here at about 40 grand, and then whoosh, a little 3,500 point swoon there. So who knows how long this is going to last? Nothing lasts forever. At one point in the future, more than likely it will decouple, but when that happens, nobody knows. Can you show me your VWAP scan? I've been looking for volume spike in the last 0 to 2 days and a VWAP hold. Well, sure, Bill. We can talk a little bit about VWAP. I don't know about my VWAP scan. I'm not really using one on the regulars right now. Volume spike in the last 0 to 2 days. Well, everything's probably going to be having a volume spike right now in extended, ranges, compared to what average true range is for a stock. I'm sure a lot of those are running at multiples right now, and a lot of things are going to have high volume. So, I used to use the VWAP alert a lot. So let's just spawn another alert window here. And let's just kind of retool this for VWAP. Now, I'm not sure if you're referring to filters or alerts, Bill. I always prefer, oops, typing what I'm saying there. I've always been a big fan of the positive and negative at VWAP divergences. So are you thinking more for long plays or short plays there, Bill? Something goes down 3 standard deviations, or a negative or positive, a negative VWAP divergence of 3. Okay, well, let's just take a look at the longs for now. So we'll say a negative VWAP divergence. And when I say I used to trade these, it's been a long time ago, and it was an automated strategy that I would unleash pretty much on the open or after the first 1 minute, because we all know stocks can take these wild deviations off the open, especially in that first 15 minutes. So I would try to catch those and short the long side and wait for those things to snap back and try to get out for a little bit of a profit. Of course, the algo's changed and what was working stopped working, which is, common theme. Okay, so negative VWAP divergence of 3. We'll scale down these filters. There's really nothing in here, so we have to add some. I'll just add a little bit of generic pricing info here. Say at least 150,000 on the day. Keep the really thin stuff out. And let's just see here. Okay, so here's SATL, which was the last thing that came up. That was in the 1106. So, okay, so right now it's reporting. Okay, we took a nice little VWAP divergence down. Of course, let me do this. I'm going to add a quality column here. And for those of you who might be wondering what that is, the quality column is always going to reflect the value of the alert that we're using. So I've got a 3% minimum in here, and that just happened to be the magic number, but it's 3% or lower, right? So we could see larger numbers here. LXU, okay. And pretty much everything we pull up is going to look pretty much the same today because of the market conditions, right? Is it going to bounce? Maybe. It really all depends on what the SPY does at this point in time, because everything, moves to the whims of the great magnet, which is the SPY and the Qs, especially on days like today. So there's the SPY looking very similar to LXU. Let's pretend for a moment that the market wasn't cratering today. We were just down or up a little bit. Market was moving sideways. Then what we're seeing right here would become a lot more interesting, because we've got the nice wick. We know that if we wanted to take a chance on playing a bounce here, right outside of that wick would be our stop loss. So 1881 is the low of that wick. So I'd probably pick something like 1879, a couple of pennies outside the wick. It either maintains or it doesn't. And we look over here at the daily. We just put a little line right here. We can see the stopping point, right, into this little area back here that could potentially act as support. We can see here what used to be resistance eventually became support on that move higher. And now we're coming back down here to revisit it. So we got a decent looking chart on the daily. We got the wick being put in, but of course, today being today, you know, this little pattern doesn't look, or these two candlesticks don't look near as attractive as if we were in a quote unquote normal trading day. Now, get rid of that. If we just check out the history here, I think I accidentally hit clear there, and just take a look at the rest of the plays. They've been coming through here. You see how big these are getting, right? Not only was SATL right here meeting that minimum 3% downside standard deviation, but it was actually at 14% negative VWAP divergence, I should say. So it's always nice to see, especially if we're lining up in a decent spot that could act as some. Let me give this guy a little bit more room here. Especially if we're approaching a level, and you can see right here on SATL, also this little area right here, which might just act as some support. Failed support here, more or less resistance. Boom, been clear of this area ever since, but now down significantly in the past 2 days. But still might be able to catch here, but it's all dependent on the big daddy here. And Vimeo seems to not really care about what the rest of the market is doing. In UTX, this guy been flopping around here. Thought it was going to get a lift from its IPO lows, but getting caught in the swirly as well. And you can see here, the first time it was down 4%. Not very attractive, not near of an extended tail that I typically like to see. And, looking over here, doesn't look like a big move, but here we are at 5.99. All the way down here is about 4. So a big percentage that you'd have to risk there on betting that NetX does not pop all-time lows. And in this environment right now, it, don't know about you guys, but I'm doing a whole lot of hand sitting right now. And if I do make a trade, it's going to be a scalp, and it's going to be take the cookies while they're there, because as we saw from this little guy earlier, even the ones that were strong and got a nice lift eventually are succumbing to the SPY and the overall markets. We might hold right here. That's what it's looking like right now, but the day is far from over, and these volume levels continue to remain above normal. All right, let's take a look. Oh, this little guy. AUST, right through it. All right, so this is the upside or the long version, looking for bouncers. I bet if we duplicate this thing and flip it around, we're going to see some really pretty shorts. I could be wrong, but let's take a peek. So we're just going to flip it, say a positive VWAP divergence of 3% or more. Okay, a nice little topping tail. Looks like the exact opposite of what we were looking at earlier. So on a day like today, I'd be more apt to take these short plays, right? Clearly, risk is easily identifiable at the top of that candle. In this case, it's 41.33. So if we took a little short right here around 40.70, then right outside of that wick would be my stop. And this is kind of in no man's land right here in all these candles. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. No, and I still like, now that I'm revisiting these, um, especially on a day like today, some of these are just pushing higher. That's of course an ETF. So let's weed out all the ETFs for the counter. See if we can just add the old earnings filter. We're probably still going to get some. Well, that's interesting. Surely FNGD can't be the only thing experiencing that. Ah, I know. I forgot to take it off my custom list. Same way with the other one. We probably see a lot more. Okay. Now we should have some history to look at. Hey, Mike, what's going on? Well, I'm glad you're finding that to your liking. Oh, I see we're getting spammed by some boy, these Russian bots. Can everybody else see that too, or is it just me? All right, I got rid of some and I saw Barry doing it too. Ah, goodness. Okay, so let's take this one off the custom list as well. Gonna get a lot more hits, obviously. Well, you gotta admire their tenacity. Yep. See, on a normal day, these are very lucrative plays, especially if you see some nice areas on the daily and a decent pattern forming on the intraday. But today, just a little precarious. I mean, just eyeballing this Vimeo, it's going to be a key level right here. I tell you, I'm a lot more apt to go short than I am long today, unless we see a big bounce in the SPY and I'm able to grab some laggards. Yeah, I'll pass on that, Aya. What's funny is we can't figure out how to block them. I'm sure we will at some point, but the Russian bots are pretty tenacious. BTTX. Yeah, this is the one that was ripping through. Was that the one? It's coming through earlier. No, that was KRBP. BTTX, smaller dollar. Of course, that's a Holly play. And not a bad percentage move. I think yeah, 9%. Not too shabby on a day like today. And then this little guy came alive. Of course, big spike up. What do we got there? 85-ish and all the way back down here. But hey, opportunity nonetheless. The bots are back in town. Okay, so Bill, was what I showing you with the positive and negative VWAP divergence at 3%? Of course, that's just what I picked. Um, you can always adjust those higher or lower, but it's just a very simple method. Of course, there are other ways to find the same thing. You could always say, well, I'd like to see it as they're hitting highs. And typically, if they're diverging up or down from the VWAP, they will be hitting highs or lows. But you could always use a different alert like high or low or moving up, moving down now, which is, the 1 minute rapid bid movement alert. And of course, we've got the VWAP filters as well. A lot of people like to find things that are just hovering, they're just hugging the VWAP. And of course, we could always use a top list for something like that. Let's see if I got anything in the hopper from a long time ago. Let's see, below VWAP. pull back above VWAP. Let's look at that one. Okay, so this is looking at VWAP 1. You know, a lot of people prefer VWAP 2 for intraday stuff. So we could always add that just by coming on in here real quick. Show that column. And then if we want to find the ones that were right at the VWAP, we would just resort by this column and look for the zero values or close to zero, right? So culp should just be about 0.2% above VWAP. A little spotty for my taste. Don't know if I have a lot of volume filters on this guy. Let's take a peek. Okay. This is when I was in my 1 minute phase. Don't really need the change in 1 minute there. Get a lot more things to look at here. So this is just a real simple way to hone in on the stocks that are right at VWAP, distance from VWAP 2. Yeah, I'm looking at all your requirements there, Bill. That's a little hard to fold into one equation. But from a very simplistic standpoint, if you are able, first, it would seem like first off, you want to target the ones that are at your preferred VWAP, whether that be VWAP 1, 2, or 3. Then once you find the ones that are hugging that VWAP, you go, okay, is it in an uptrend today, a downtrend? Is it consolidating? And then how does it look on the daily? Did it just go down to some potential support? And if so, if you think it's at support on the daily and it's right at the VWAP on the intraday, well, then that might be a good entry on, the premise that the bounce might be in play, and the exact opposite for the short side. And you can get a lot of that information. Okay, I see a stock at its VWAP. Well, how's the volume today? We just add that relative volume or whatever your favorite volume metric might be so that we can immediately identify, is this thing doing, well, is this thing, you know, experiencing regular or above normal volume? So then it would just be about finding the stocks that are in that position. You know, we could really pare this list down by going, okay, for VWAP 2, let's get rid of all the ones that are more than 1% above or below and just plug in some values there. So, we never did add the words for those. Okay, fair enough. What about this one? Make sure I put the right settings in here. We're going to go back to VWAP 2 for that. Okay, so that's what I thought. Negative here. That's probably going to be a little too tight. No more than 1% above, no more than 1% below, but we need bigger values. We'll say 0.5%. Okay, minus 0.5 and 0.5. Okay, so now we don't have to worry about all these ones that are significantly above and below. We can see right here, these guys are all hovering right at VWAP number 2. It's 1.1% above VWAP 1, but we're focusing on VWAP 2 here. So these would all be candidates, right? Take a peek at these guys. Let's see. Trying to pick some that, okay. CMSD, not the prettiest thing on the planet, but look at the previous 3 days here. Not bad, past 3 days acting as some support. Of course, where are we on the weekly? Kind of a precarious area here, but it looks like, if I was taking a risk here and all of a sudden, well, we know the volume is good, right? On CMSD, where'd it go? Well, the filters must have changed and it dropped off. But anyway, Bill, what I was getting at here is, if you took a risk on this one as far as the bounce play goes, you know what your risk is, right? You know the volume is high. You know it just made that VWAP, or it's hugging the VWAP. Kind of reminds me of this stock race right here. But instead of VWAP, we're focusing on the 10-period moving average, which is the green line on my charts here. Boy, I'm getting a lot of lag here on my symbol clicking. And we can see right here, instead of the VWAP, we're focusing on this 10-period right here. And even though the market is getting shellacked today, ICPT is towing that line right there. I'd be more apt to go long in ICPT right now than short, unless we lose this 10-period right here. That would require one of these candles to close below it. Oh, I got you, Bill. Okay. Two separate ideas. Well, Circle, I haven't necessarily gravitated away from day trading and scalping. It's really whatever it's market conditions, right? To me right now, I don't have a whole lot of confidence in my uh, uh, swing trading ability right now because there's external factors at play, right? Picking bottoms, not really my cup of tea unless it looks really choice and the risk is good. So here lately, especially in this market environment, I'm intraday, right? I'm not taking home a whole lot of stuff right now and incurring a whole lot of risk. So, I mean, you mix and match as market conditions present themselves. What's that song? There's a season, something like that. To everything, turn, turn. Hey, Dave, just reading your question there. Okay, so you want to insert turbo up alert window and add it to a multi-strategy window. Is there a way to do that without doing it manually? Yeah, and it's been a while since I configured a new multi-strat, but let's just walk through the process here. Okay, so it spawned a multi-strat window by default. This one's going to come up, which coincidentally is the family of turbo brakes. And this is an older version. These two down here that you see right here, these two are looking at relative volume as the volume metric. You can see right here, relative volume, minimum of 3 with some additional volume requirements as far as shares traded, and just high or low for the alert. The original versions that I used to watch all the time, we weren't using relative volume. I was using a 1-minute volume spike. That worked pretty well for a while until the market changed again. Then I kind of changed it to relative volume. I think the ones in here are the older ones. Let's just verify. Yeah, and here you can see I was requesting in the prior 1 minute 3 times normal volume. So I tell you what, let's just get rid of these guys. It's been so long. Du-du-du-du. There we go. I was like, where's the delete function? Okay. Okay. So now we have an empty multi-strat. So if I just go to new strategy, notice the only way that I have to insert a new alert window is through the collaborate, which is the first way we designed Trade Ideas to where we could share alerts. That was back before the cloud though, right? So this is the older collaborate. So if I wanted to move these windows in, the only way to get them in there, Dave, is the following. Right click, we select collaborate, and we copy it. Right click over here, new strategy, collaborate, and paste. Okay, now you're going to see turbo brakes up, relative volume version is in there. If I wanted to put in the downside too, I would have to collaborate that one, copy, right click, new strategy, collaborate, and paste. So now both of those strategies reside in this multi-strat window. And of course, you can just keep adding till you got the right amount that you want in there. All right, very good, Dave. Very good. And notice it's just all white right now. So once you insert those strategies, if you want to adjust the foreground and the background, we just come in here, go to the specific strategy, get that drop down to present itself, and then we go to colors. Foreground, let's see, is that the downside? Am I in the downside? I forget. So if we were going to do the upside, I would choose green for the foreground. And the background, I always prefer black. So that's how you would add color to these guys. And then do the same for the downside. Except foreground for downside, I typically choose red. And once again, yield black background. Of course, a lot more red coming through than green right now, but that's no surprise. eBay. Oh, and this is really what I like to see in a pre-market range right here, just nice and orderly. Threw a little head fake like it was going to go up, but eventually we come down here and we tap this low of that range and nice little downturn. Interesting, Bill. I wonder which one it was. Let me access my cloud one more time because I saw some alert windows in there. We'll see. Those are probably some old ones. We can look at the date. It's probably been a while since I accessed them. Okay, view up divergence. And you can see that's back from 2020. Well, let's just pull this guy up and see. So, Bill, was it a long or was it a short? Just curious. Okay, well, clearly this is one that I optimized. I would think. Yeah, definitely some optimization going on, as you can see over here. And this one was configured for the larger cap stocks. But I'm assuming that this one would be, let's just throw a back test out there. Yeah, this was the opening 1 minute stuff right here. Let's just see if it fell apart or if it held up. What would do you have the specific name there, Bill? Was it just VWAP long? I'll search it real quick. Oh no, I don't mind sharing it at all if I can find it. All right, let me get my cloud up one more time here. Boy, I guess I need a reboot. Ah, that one's back from 2018. But surely this can't be it. Maybe. This is a very basic configuration with not a lot of frill in it. Okay, well, this is kind of suspect right here. Average daily volume, 25,000 shares. Speaking of spam bots, well, actually, that doesn't look bad, but notice the large number of trades there, and that's telling me that with that volume requirement, there's going to be a lot of thin things coming through there. So I tell you what, Bill, if I can't find the original, well, then maybe we can just create one here. Let me check my time here. Yeah, okay, we got time. But I tell you what, we're gonna definitely do away with this. And we're just gonna say volume today has to at least be 200,000. VWAP time of day. Okay. I'm gonna go back and look for that one before I get busy on this one. But in the meantime, we'll just say 4 and 125. So it was called VWAP time of day. Just not seeing that. VWAP divergence. Yeah, I don't see one called time of day. Oh, goodness. This one is very old. It looks more like what I'm putting together right now, though, So let's just for giggles. You never know. Eh, that's just because of yesterday's crazy activity. Okay. I apologize, Bill. I can't find that specific one, but what we could do is just see if we can get anything out of this guy. Okay, so that looks good. Now let's just do a little. And I think a start time of 15 minutes in, especially for a VWAP play, is appropriate. Of course, you can always start earlier or start later, but we'll just leave it there for now. We'll just leave it on a generic hold time. Now, what I forgot to ask you, Bill, is this for swing or is this intraday stuff? I'll just leave it on intraday, but if it is swing, tell me and I'll adjust it. We're not even going to bother with any risk management or anything like that for now. We're going to backtest 40 days and just see what's out there. Get myself a little agua here. All right, well, something's not right with this one already. It's probably the custom list again. No? Something's got to be wonky here. 3%. That doesn't make sense. Oh, wait. I used the wrong filter. Duh. 2000%. That's why. Volume today shares. That's what we wanted. Now. What's my start time there? Okay. Okay, so a bunch of trades, obviously. This looks like it might have some potential, right? A lot more winning days um, than losing days. But way too many trades coming through. Decent win percentage, anything over 50% on an initial idea is good. This looks good, so there might be something here. So we're going to cruise on over to optimization. We're not going to worry about price and time just yet. One of my favorites here that I always notice a lot of correlation with is the 15-minute RSI. And I just clicked on, optimize by 15-minute RSI. Of course, we're looking at increments of 10 here. Now, interesting down here, what's going on? Already seeing some good stuff. Trades we could lose that don't work, along with these guys up here. But let's get a little bit more drilled down here and see if we can just zone in on one particular area. Okay. So when I go smaller here, it's like using a more powerful lens on a microscope, right? We were looking at 10x, or we were looking at a 10x. Now we're looking at 20x. Of course, it's opposite for the intervals. The smaller you get, the more detail you can see. So my eyes are immediately drawn to this little area right here. Okay. Of course, we could take this and take that, but those would pretty much just cancel each other out. So what if we started by adding a min of 10 here for the min value of 15-minute RSI. And then we'll go up here and say no more than 39.99 and see how that affects it. Right, and to your last comment there, Bill, in my opinion, that's the optimum way to do it. You get in, it looks good on the swing, it looks good for a scalp, it does what you think it's going to do. You take that money on the first half or the first 2/3. Now you got a little bit of a cushion, and you can swing the other part, and not have to sweat it near as bad because you're already up on the first half of the trade, which was a scalp. Now you're gonna take the chance on the overnight. If it moves against you, well, at least it's eating into your cushion. Um, but that's a good way to do it. All right, so we did shed a few hundred trades here, but we still have way too many trades coming through. This still looks good. So we need to go back to the optimization tab. And sometimes we can go back to the same filter and see some additional information. Okay, interesting. All green. And while these guys are winning less on a percentage basis, there's still a nice little pile of potential alpha sitting down there, so I'm not really gonna do anything else with this one. It'd be nice if we could just clip those guys out, but I think we're just gonna leave this as is. So, looking at time of day now, because sometimes if we chop this into 15-minute intervals, we might notice that there's one time of day where this thing does really well. And of course, we're gonna see a bulk of the trades up here because of the activity in the first 15 minutes. Big number there, but not really feasible when you try to go and execute there, even if you're running automation. The slippage is going to be pretty big. Let's see, take a little peek here. We're coming back down again. Yeah, we're going to be flirty. It's going to be an interesting close, that is for sure. Um, in cases like this, my eyes are drawn to this area. We get about almost 3 hours of the market out of the way, and then it seems like these things kind of settle in. So I tell you what, we're going to use a start time now of 10:45 and an end time of 12. 10:45 and 12. And we'll see what that does. Okay. Well, we did lose a significant number of trades. We bumped up our win percentage a smidge. Spread between average winner and loser was 2 cents. Now it's 5 cents. Still not looking too bad. Getting a little spotty now, but hey, just because it looks good doesn't mean it's going to produce every day. And you can see it's been a lot more active as the market has kicked in with crazy volatility. So at this point, well, we could probably stabilize this thing now if we just said, you know what, let's try this one more time. Bump that start time up. So now we're just looking basically at a 50-minute window where these trades could be a lot more conducive. Spread between average winner and loser stayed the same. Not really a whole lot here. So we might be running out of steam on this one. I guess now we could go to market correlation and see if there's any correlation in the, say, S&P change. Okay. I think we're going to have to go a little smaller here. Interesting that there's just one little rotten period in here, kind of screwing up all these good trades, but let's try this out. So based on what the S&P is up or down for the day, and let's see here. I give this a 50-50 shot. Trying to grab some low-hanging fruit. Sometimes this does the trick. Other times it does not. What do you know? Okay. I was like, that seems too good to be true. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, you know, you got to, on certain days it's going to fire and probably do pretty well. But most of the time it's going to be pretty silent because this is a very specific filter set right here that we've just put together. And we're only looking at a small segment of time, which now makes me think maybe if we just widen this back out a little bit, we'll get some more trades. See that little subtle change right there ruins it. And of course, this is just, kind of shooting from the hip, looking at the filters for optimization. Good numbers, just not as active as we would like it to be. Also, if we dial in the equity accordingly, 250, that's a, a more realistic expectation now. If you hit everything perfectly, you're only looking at 4% on an annual basis because there's not enough trades. Yep, I would think, what time? What's our time here? Yeah, we got about 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Barry's probably going to be coming back pretty soon. Bill, back on that strategy, you said Barry gave it to you? If so, he could probably give you that cloud link again. I apologize for not being able to find the exact one.
Jamie, I just popping in now. Can you hear me?
Sorry, just checking on a blotter here.
Okay, Jamie, I'm back in now. Can you hear me?
Amazingly enough, still in the BKKT as it regains a little bit.
All right, Jamie, can you hear me now?
Well, if Barry has it, I'm sure he'll be happy to drop it back in the chat here.
Jamie, I'm talking to you.
Oh, Barry's talking? Okay. Well, for some reason we can't hear one another. Barry, you can hear me, but I can't hear you. So, my friend, just take the screen back whenever you'd like, and I'll make sure I see you before I disconnect here. Is unmuted, Barry.
Interesting. Okay, well, Jamie can't hear me. I don't know why. So, Bill,
I'm
that
unmuted on
scan
everything
that,
that I can be unmuted on,
yeah, he's still talking. I hear him still
unless
talking.
there's a mute button that I don't know about. Okay, I do see your screen back though. So I will stop mine. And it's been fun, guys. We'll see you next Thursday. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So I'm the only one in the room, I think now. So, Bill, yeah, what happened is that the Plaza had something that he said he got from Jamie. It's not my scan, okay? So if the Plaza is still in the room, he was the one who gave it to me, put it in the main room so I could copy it and then put it here. So it is not from me. Okay, so I don't know how we can help you. I don't know if the Plaza is in the room. Hi guys, I'm now in the main room too. Just give me a moment here. So the Plaza's usually in the room, but he was the one who gave it to me. So I can't really help you. It's nothing I made. I was just sort of passing it on from him to you. But he said he seemed to think that Jamie had made it. So when you looked at the links, you didn't like them? All right, guys. Nio. I know this is on the bounce scanner. We're starting to get a few more green candles now. Okay, we're only. I mean, my goodness. I mean, we're we're grasping at straws here, but 3 green candles in the last hour instead of and the one red one there. Just maybe. Oh, I see. Well, it's obviously not his then, Bill. I mean, I don't know what to say because what he does is he takes a look and he does his file load from cloud. He does a search on VWAP and he'll see all the VWAP scanners that he has got. So he either has deleted it from a long time ago, but Plaza probably still had it in his cloud. So that's why. So I know, I mean, I heard you guys talking about something that he was trying to show you, and I know he was trying to bring back some VWAP scans. So he obviously doesn't have it anymore. Okay, so Omni, this is, okay, thank you, Omni. So what I'm going to do, Bill, is that Omni has just posted something called the VWAP time of day scan from Chris. Okay, so I will share that with you. I saw where you were looking for a time of day scan or something. So this is something that Chris did. Okay, thank you, Omni. I don't think he's looking for his scan, JP. What happened? He has them, but he wanted Jamie to talk about them, and Jamie doesn't have them anymore, I guess. So you must have saved that, but maybe Jamie has deleted it from, from his list of VWAP scans. Not necessarily, because the scan that Omni is giving me is called the VWAP time of day scan. That's what it's called, and that one is from Chris. So unless the other two, unless the ones you were giving me were called that also, I think they might have been different scans. Anyway, I mean, Bill, what you do is just look at the summary. I mean, just click configure and then summary, and you'll see what it's looking for. I mean, there's nothing, as you know, these scans, you can always customize them a little bit more, maybe to a price range or volume, or take a filter out, take a filter in, or add one in, add one, or take one out. I mean, it's, nothing lasts forever, unfortunately. Yes. Okay, I can say now a glimmer of hope. What are we down? We're only down 989 now. Okay, we're underneath that 1100 that we were down. Here's another one that's through the VWAP, guys. Andy, ANDE. Big down day yesterday. It was an earnings play. Big down day. Trying to recover a little bit. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting, some of the stocks that were huge, like down yesterday, for whatever reason. In this case, it was an earnings. Excuse me, sorry. In this case, it was an earnings play. I'm talking about ANDE. So even though the market was just getting crushed today, these did not. Well, this one did not. I shouldn't say they all did, but in other words, you wouldn't. A lot of times we see like a second day continuation off earnings, either in the upside or the downside, and you would have thought that maybe this one would continue down based on yesterday. Now, granted, it did have a nice bounce. It got down as low as 33.26 and it closed at 37. So I guess that bounce yesterday is what did it. All right, I'll give you another scan from somebody else, another VWAP scan. You can take a look at these, Bill. I mean, again, nobody's going to be able to explain them to you other than taking a look at the summary and seeing what it's looking for. Okay. But now that we're getting a bit of a bounce in the market, you know what? Take a look at some of these ones that are just over the VWAP and maybe they'll bounce. There's the VWAP. It's a bit far away, but the FTAI, this is starting to bounce somewhat. Maybe we'll have a rally, guys. Who knows? Maybe we'll have a bit of a rally here. I mean, we were down 11 something. Now we're only down 9 something. So We've had a couple 100-point rally in the Dow, but maybe we'll get a bit of a rally going here. To me, a key level to take out, of course, would be, you know, up here. It's almost there, but another key level would be about that 418 level. Just see if I can take that out, and maybe we can have a bit of a rally to end the day. So look at the VMEO, guys. I mean, the VMEO, it kept moving higher, a little bit higher. It's still down 6%, but it, you know, would it surprise anybody if this actually turned positive? So this was an earnings play. No KH, you can't. The AI strategies are all proprietary, so you cannot. So keep an eye on this VTTX, guys. I mean, with this market kind of running a little bit here, I have an alert set for this. I think just over around the 310 mark, perhaps. Hello, Mr. Bot. Yeah, that was a nice bounce. What's scared me a little bit was that bottoming tail down here. But again, I'll freely admit I took this one not based on what the SPY was doing, but here's how I looked at it. The 517 was the first alert. Okay, so I'm not in this. I mean, way at the bounce bottom, and there was the second alert. It did move down a little bit below that one. I put 1517 was the key for me. It took it out, and it's got a shot to the 1570 level if the market keeps moving like this. So that's how, when I see Zach scans, that's how I look at them. I wonder if here bounced 1471. Yeah, so we're getting some little bit of bounce plays now, guys. So this is just a little bit over the VWAP. Run 2480, 2496 is the VWAP. So it's over the VWAP now for run. Another one that is bouncing is Elan. We're getting a lot of stocks that are starting to look like this. All right, well, I'm definitely wanting to see the next one from Zach Scan, the bounce play scan. Especially if the market continues to do this. I saw it already. It's too late for me now. The alert was at 1471. So it's too late for me now. But I see what you're looking at over that whole number. I mean, if it does have a nice bounce, I mean, there's a lot of resistance, but $1 away. But I would have liked to have seen it in this area here to take that bounce. But I'm just going to wait for the next one. As long as if the market keeps doing this, puts in maybe 3 or 4 green candles in a row. It's also bouncing is DOCN. DOCN is bouncing. Not bouncing, it's coming off, I guess, a long consolidation here. DOCN, this is my disappointment. I really thought this would take out that 35 in a big way. And just because it was an all-time low at that point as an earnings play, what was going to hold it up? Market was dropping. Everything looked good. Just didn't do it. It just literally did not do it. You guys are okay, guys. Well, there's the SPY. Took out one level that I had price alert. Had a price alert had a price alert that I had. It took out one of them. Well, you can see how, I mean, we kept talking about how the bounces will work. Of course, a lot better if you get the market on your side. But even if the market just kind of flattens out a bit and not just doesn't gets away from that relentless selling, you'll get some decent bounces. The bounces will be even better, of course, if the market cooperates and starts moving higher. So take advantage of it now. I mean, who knows how long this is going to last. You know what finally broke? Well, I was on my break. I was watching this one, the SGLY that got hammered by Hindenburg. And the last time I looked at this, this was just sort of sitting around that 5 level, but it is now starting to drift down somewhat. This is turning into an overall bounce, guys. I've got different types of stocks in my thumbnail charts. I'm looking at Macy's as an example. So this is like probably this is just a overall market bounce. There's Macy's. And this just crossed the VWAP too, 3560. So DOCN briefly crossed over the VWAP, 3560, 3574 now. Yeah, this is a strong little stock today. Choppy. I'm not saying this was easy, but BTTX is a strong little stock today. Well, again, not for the faint of heart, but take a look at the SOUN and look what it's doing. So you can kind of see, kind of like yesterday, important level. If it can take out that 15 level, I will put an alert at 15.18 and see if it takes that out on some volume and see if it has another run. I mean, this was just a ripper early on in the day, an hour basically straight up as the market was moving down. Now look at this KD. I had the pullback, but look at this KD now. This is an earnings play. It did have the pullback. I know it's showing up on Zach's topping scanner. You too, real. So yeah, this is showing up on the showed up on the option scanner early. Hard to commit though, but it should show up at 1056. The price was 1201 to be exact. I think if there's a different day, this LICY may have had an even stronger day. I know it's up 9%, but had some decent news. More importantly, though, it has room to that 850 mark. So it kind of meandered around. Didn't have the big sell off though, like the SPY. Yeah, we cannot trust this rally, Larry. No question about it. We cannot trust this rally. Market is still down a whack, and we just can't trust it. Just try to take advantage. I mean, it might only be 30 minutes long. Ah, man, this one again. This KYMR, it had earnings on the 3rd, so there was the reaction, and it's been 3 days down now. Another all-time low for it. That is the KYMR all-time low. Yeah, I mean, well, it's got a lot of room. Well, I don't know. Let me back that up. Or yeah, I mean, KD, the next high looking left is 1365 on the monthly. The weekly probably a little closer, maybe not. 1365, 1286. Yeah, so there's got, on the weekly chart, there is a little bit of concern, 1285 and 1285. Okay, a couple of days at 1285. So it's at 1265 now. So, that could block it right there. So it's not that far away. I'd be more inclined as a short, depending what the market does. But I know it's an earnings play. But again, if it could struggle to get through that 1286, 1286, 1285, those two highs. And then after that, 1365. But it's definitely gone parabolic here. Oh yeah, as a short, yes, yes. I see. I thought when you're saying looking left, yes, that could be easily. It could be some resistance. And if the market, I mean, man, we didn't even have 30 minutes. We had 15 minutes, and then that candle looked pretty good, but it sold off, and now this candle is red. So buckle up, guys. Buckle up. I might be I'm going to put an alert down here. Well, I do have one around 412. Price alert to see if it takes that out. So now we're down to 1,000 again. Yeah, what I would do with this BTTX, guys, I've already put a price alert up here, just over this high here, which is 305. And what did it get to today? It got to 310. So it actually did poke its head above that high right there, which is 305. If it does it again, you never know. And especially watching it tomorrow, because what that'll have done, in these last few days, it'll have wiped out all of these days. Okay. And then maybe it could set its eye on this high over here of 510. Can't believe this one is of all days for this one to pop. Anyway, Ride, Lordstown Motors, Ride is actually having a good day. Because if you want to see the strong stocks, I mean, you can just take a look at like the biggest gainers. Okay, the biggest gainers. I've sorted on the day on the position in the day's range. So these stocks right here are definitely bucking the trend. Okay. I don't see the question mark back, so. Oh, you mean I have to click on the? Oh, I see. I see. Right. Okay, DOCN now is starting to drop below the VWAP. It was above it, below it. I still have an alert set down, way down here, the low of the day for DOCN. Let's see if it takes that out later on and just starts to fall. It would be an all-time low, of course. But this is from the AI, guys, so another decent one from the AI. There's the short, 44.73. This is for MXL, probably actually not an earnings play. Now, to me, you know, in a different environment, I would be saying this is coming into maybe support, but who knows? Because if you look left here, the low is what 43.11, so it's a little bit below that low. So actually, this is below this level here. So hey, I mean, this could keep moving down. This is MXL, and it's from the AI, 44.73, 42.94 now. So not bad. So these are the ones from the AI, guys. So we have the little one, the BTXX, and we have this one. The SM is not really doing much. Hmm. Yeah, this takes out the high. I mean, this could get rolling. I mean, it's already at the high, I believe. 310 is the high of the day. This could get rolling again. This BTTX. I don't see any news today on it. I mean, I can't remember what happened here. I mean, it obviously had some news that popped it up. This is 3 days ago. You know, before that, it was a 94-cent stock. The day before that pop, it got up to 2, kind of sat for a while, and now it popped today. Again, on a day in which the market is just, oh, there we go, guys. So again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there's your next high. I mean, 510 is your next high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there it is. It's too bad it was just choppy. I mean, at the very beginning of the day, it was okay. I mean, it went from 246 almost straight up to 289, not bad. But then it's chopped around for quite a bit. These topping tails and bottoming tails, they make it very difficult to stay in a trade unless you don't have too many shares and you have a wide enough stop. How many Deal Runner, are you a standard or premium subscriber? Deal Runner. You can have 10 charts in standard and 20 in premium. That's why I wanted to know how many charts have you got up and running. Yeah, I do see that error message. I'm not too familiar with it. You can click on yes and you will resume. But the question I had for you, how many charts do you have up and running? You can have 10 charts in standard and 20 in premium. I don't know if that's the issue, but that at least that gives me a starting. So that's the first time you tried to load a chart? Okay, you can click on the yes. Okay, don't click on no. That'll boot you out of Trade Ideas. Just for fun, do an account reset. Okay, go to your account in the toolbar and do a reset connection. And then try it again. If it still happens, I'm going to have to send you to our Truth Tech support. I've seen that error message before, but not when trying to create a chart. But there might be something. What they'll probably ask is if it persists, they'll probably ask you to send your layout to them. Okay, so why don't you do this? I'll give you the homepage link, and you can start a live discussion. Just give me a moment, please. I'll give you the link. And one of the tech people maybe can help you. What they'll ask you for, maybe you can take a screenshot of the error message, okay, and let them know, and give them your email address so they can look up your account. They may ask for your layout also. So you have to save your layout to the cloud and then give it to them so they can take a look at what's happening. If they can duplicate it on their end. Let me know if they can help you, and maybe let me know what was the issue. If you don't mind. Yeah, it takes you to the home page, yes, but then something will pop up says start discussion there. See questions and answers. So if you click on that, then you can start a discussion with one of the tech people. Okay, where it says questions. Just click on that. and then click on the ask, and here you go. Okay. Okay, maybe you can take a screenshot shot for them of the error message. All right, guys, I still have, this reminds me so much of yesterday with the SOUN. Yesterday, I think we were looking for a 13 break for a long time. Now I'm just kind of waiting on a 15 break for SOUN and see if it takes it out on some volume, get some volume. Pretty sure it was, let me just back up this, the 15-minute chart. Actually, why don't I do this? Get a big chart up and running and take a look at the, oh, that's ugly. Oh, man. Yeah, this level here, we were well, I was anyway, waiting and waiting. It seemed like it was about 45 minutes right here, 45 minutes an hour for this 13 break for the SOUN yesterday. And then finally when it broke, wasn't smooth because it did have that bottoming tail, but then it really broke right at the end here. This is the last, that's that 345 candle. So that's what I'm kind of looking at right now, you see? Same kind of thing. And you can see, you see this volume, well, maybe it's hard to see, but you see that, that's the pop that really got it running. And look at the volume. See the volume bar right there? And, you know, compared to what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, almost 3 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. And then all of a sudden that volume came in. So that was bigger than all those other ones. And then of course this one came in. This was the second biggest volume bar of the day after the opening, after the 1045 one. So that's what I'm kind of waiting on to see if it can take out this 15 with some volume though. All right, the BTTX is holding, not badly. So again, you know, you get 20% on a day like today in this little stock, that's not bad. And this one is kept moving down. Mention this one. This is a short. So a couple of trades, so a nice percentage moves. This is from the AI. Okay, the longer this holds this area here for BTTX, and if we get some more volume, I mean, this could really thrust it again. Just don't want to see a wild red candle down, wiping all this out. But again, you got to be, if you took this one, don't be afraid to take some profit because, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. I can't believe it. The market has actually turned somewhat boring now. Flatlining across, still down 1,000. Excuse me, sorry about that. This is probably a better play right now, this MXL, just drifting down. It's not on earnings though. Okay, so they're going to buy Taiwan's. Oh, I see. So they're buying Silicon Motion. Oh, is that what somebody told me earlier? I might have not have. Okay, so they're buying Silicon Motion. So it was an earnings play. So that's what's happening. MXL is buying, trying to buy SIMO for about $4 billion. It's a cash and stock deal. Now, here's a term I don't know. It's going to create one of the largest fabless, not fabulous, fabless semiconductor suppliers in the world. Fabless. I'm not familiar with that term. Fabless, F-A-B, and then less. Oh, thank you. Okay. Is it an acronym for something? FAB, is that an acronym? Oh, okay, fabrication. Or are we just too lazy to say fabrication? Like, okay. I'm not talking to you, of course. But thank you, William. I never thought of asking you that. What version did you have? It didn't work. Were you in 4 point something? We've had charts for a long time. Really? 5.5? You mean that's what you had? Right. Okay. Well, I'm surprised because I mean that we've had charts for a long time, but I'm glad it worked. I never thought of asking you that. Oh, nicely done, JK. I think you took that short of KD and now made a little bit of money on that one. Good for you. Big sigh, guys, big sigh. W, saw W in the pre-market. I think Zach mentioned W in the pre-market, Wayfair, an earnings play. Yeah, just continuing down, taking all this out now. Only 14. Wow, it's, I mean, here are the all-time lows down here, I guess. Who were those guys who were all over Wayfair? This is probably back in 2018. Was it Citron or one of those short sellers? Just got clobbered by it though. Was it Citron? Yeah, I mean they just got clobbered by it. Goose, the Canada Goose. What are you doing? Okay, well, the BTTX held, so we've got these little series of bottoming tails now on the spot on the 15 minute. Okay, again, the sellers have been trying. It is kind of chopping around a bit. Somebody mentioned bond earlier. I know I mentioned it because I was pronouncing it bone. Oh, it's got halted. Okay, halted on the way down. Not shortable for me. Oh, it is shortable for me. Interesting. It's very chop. Yeah, this is. I mean, it's almost like if you have a swing set or swing trading mentality. I mean, it's almost in if especially if well, depends what the market's going to do. But I mean, this is traded on its own today. It really hasn't cared what the market's going to do. But again, it's hard. It's a bio. They. I don't think are they going to spring a financing at all. Remember this came from no 97 cents just 4 days ago. So you would think that these guys at some point are going to try to do a financing, raise some money, higher prices. Mike. Ah, shoot. I wanted to mention this one. This is a gap down in reverse, and it's an earnings play. This is a CXW. What's Geo doing? But it came right to the 200-day, just about to the 200-day moving average. And it has just been inching its way up. It hasn't been really, doing the roller coaster that the SPY is. And I saw it right around here, around this 1120 mark. I think this was, yeah, this was when I was on my break. It's actually going to cut in and say, hey guys, you should watch this CXW. Now take a look at Geo then. Let's take a look at Geo is doing something similar. Yeah, so Geo is doing something similar. It's on an earnings play. They had earnings, I guess, the day before, but these are the two prison stocks, of course. Well, it's starting to move down again, this FSLY. It chopped around for a few hours, but now it's starting to wind its way down again, FSLY. So they have the offering in place, but it's just not exercised. Is that correct? There's no price on it. 20 million offering, but 60% held by the insiders. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you for that, blue collar. Okay. Again, we've had almost an hour of flat in the SPY. Almost an hour. Time is it now? 1:46? That's not true. 45 minutes. This candle just started. So, and I guess there's a marketing meeting at noon, at 2 o'clock. I'll be attending. Just give me a moment, please. All right, so this showed up. It showed up on Zach Scan, but this is an earnings play. This is Silk Road Medical, Silk SIL. Okay, it showed up on Zach Scan, but it is an earnings play. So I mean, there is, the news on it. I mean, it's bad, obviously, in terms of whatever they released. Market didn't like it, and of course, the market's down. So as a bounce play on an earnings play, I think Zach would agree with me. If a company is down for bad reasons, for a reason, it's not necessarily that you're going to get a good bounce. So, if it's down for other reasons like market conditions, things like that, but this has, specific news to it. So let's just see though. The alert came in at 34.04. So I will put an alert, a price alert right around there, just over 34, and see if it gets back. And who knows, maybe if the market starts to move higher. I have no average daily volume. I don't believe in it, Deal Runner. Okay. Average daily. You're talking average daily. I have a minimum on some of my scans. I think this one is 400,000 shares, I think. Yeah, 400,000 shares. I mean, and most of these are going to be way over, but yeah, I don't believe in an average daily volume. The reason being is that, I hate using the term day trader, but I'm an intraday trader. So for instance, if I stuck an average daily volume over the last 5 days or 10 days, pick your time period. Let's just say for fun, even if I just put something relatively low, 100,000 shares, okay? The problem with that is that there could be some insane runner today that hardly trades at all, and all of a sudden it's trading millions of shares, doing its crazy thing, and I'd never see it. Okay, so as an intraday trader, I don't really care about what it's done in the past. I'm just interested in what it's doing today, if that makes sense. I think that average daily volume can come into play perhaps if you're into swing trading, maybe longer term holds perhaps, but intraday trading, I don't think I've never used that any of those filters. That's why I don't get too many alerts here. Well, it's not just that. I mean, I have some pretty tough filters in these two. I mean, I've only had in the entire day, well, on the upside, you wouldn't expect to get too many. But what is that, 5? But even on the downside, you're only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for the entire day on the downside. And that's because I've got some very, very tough filters in here. Not the filters themselves, but the values. All right, guys, I think we're in for another bit of a downturn here. I've got an alert set at 412 or so on the SPY. If it takes that out, look out below again. So we had not even really 30 minutes because there was a sell-off on that candle here. That's that 1 o'clock candle. You know, it was green. It looked pretty good, and then it just fell off. And this falls under the category of, and that's why I wait. Okay, look at the SOUN. Now I could have said to myself, you know what? I remember what it did yesterday. It finally did pop through that 13 level that I was really crazy about. You know, I look at this and say, come on, it's been there for an hour and 15 minutes just underneath 15. It's going to happen. So I could have taken this trade right here, right around that 15 mark, and said, yeah, it's going to happen. And look what happened afterwards. So I had a price alert set at 15.15. It never triggered, so it kept me out of the trade. I'm here, Zach. I'm not on mute, am I, guys? No, nothing is muted. Let's be on your side. So again, you know, set price alerts, guys. Use our price alerts. They'll keep you out of trades. You know, if you don't get the price alert trigger, then you just forget about it. But yeah, we may have a big flush at the end of the day. Let's see the size of this candle, 152. So we still have another. We still have about a little over 7 minutes for this candle to close. I mean, if it takes out the lows here, I mean, my goodness, look out. Same thing here. I mean, I see we have Bally and BALY. That's the next one in Zach's scan. But again, market, market, market. You know, I forgot that I think this one is shortable too. I forgot that this one was shortable. SOUN, I think it was shortable. Yeah, not many, 25,000 at Interactive Brokers, but I actually wasn't, you know, I wasn't thinking about shorting it if it didn't take this out. Yeah, what happened? Must have been, yeah, just one of those things. Oh, the old bot is trying to invade our YouTube channel again. Well, it's interesting how they've changed. Before it used to just be you could tell because it had some kind of a crazy URL, but that's all it was. But now they're they're all about adult dating sites now, so you can crazy. Telling you guys, this B, I mean, I don't like these bottoming tails, but this BTTX is really holding well here. We could have believe it or not, even depending, I don't even think it matters what the market is doing. We could have an end of day run here. All traders are looking at is they're looking, well, this trader is, meaning myself, just looking left here, 510. That's the next high looking left. Now, based on what Blue Collar was saying about, they can sell at any time, I probably wouldn't be inclined to take this one as a swing, but all right, guys, the marketing meeting is going to start in about 3 minutes, so I'm going to put myself on mute. As usual, and so I'm here. I will put myself back on mute. The room will be open until 3:30. Ended up taking this DOCN trade finally when the finally broke down through 35 again, and we'll see how far down it goes. It's came in my 10-day daily breakdown early on in the day, and of course it's got no support because well, when I say that, it's an all-time low, so there's no chart support. So I will put myself back on mute again. If there are any questions, and by the way, Perfect Circle, I'm probably trading about the same amount. I'm not an active trader. I know it sounds crazy. I was asked, am I trading less now than before? I'm not a super active trader the best of times. So, 4 or 5 trades a day. I mean, do I ever do more? Yeah, but rarely do I have, say, more than 2 open at the same time. So with that in mind, I will put myself back on mute. Okay, so any questions, I will pop back on the mic. One last, just want to, again, one last talk about our test drive that starts. I'll put the links in. Click on the link, sign up for the test drive. Starts on May the 16th. Costs you $11.11 for the 10 trading days. Again, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering, so don't expect data until the 16th. And one last thing, if you there's nothing. Oh, look at this spy. Nothing for you to do once it's over. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. And take a look at my homepage. Yeah, the spy is just flushing again. Oh man, down 1,200. All right. So if you click on my homepage, you will see all sorts of great information. Okay. So obviously, if you want to take out a subscription, we do have a promo code right now for 25% off. Use the Mayo Sale 25. If you're just starting out, please take a look at the Let's Get Started. It's 30 minutes long, 10 videos, different. So if you've already downloaded and you're installed, you don't have to look at that one. But please do that. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. All the education is here. Tons of education here. So if you've done the Let's Get Started, then you can take a look at the user guide, find the areas of interest to you. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas, but my guess is that most people would like to know what an alert window is and what a top list window is and how to create them. Okay. But again, you don't have to, if you don't want to create your own scans, that's fine. I have all my scans are here, all my scans that I am sharing, and we have a ton of scans here. And you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar. We have a lot of theme-based channels. Every one of these channels has scans in them. So my recommendation is just go through them and see. You might see something you like, save it to the cloud. You might see one of my scans that you like, save it to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout. Okay, without having to know how to build a scan in the first place from scratch. That I don't know, Cam. I know there is a statistic. I have no idea how close we are to it or not. It's a certain percentage, but I really don't know. All right, guys, I'm putting myself back on mute, so I'll show up at about 3:30, just before I close the main room down. I'll put the YouTube link in, so that if you want to go to YouTube and listen to Chris for an hour, he'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. You can ask him questions also. But it's a percentage, Cam. I don't know what that percent is on the SPY, Dow, or the NAS. I really don't know what that percentage is. It's not an absolute number that I'm aware of anyway. Okay, guys, back on mute. As I just put the YouTube link in the room, you're going to head over there. Chris is not there yet. He should be there in about 5 or 6 minutes. So I'll just put the YouTube link in. And it's a little bit late, but I'm continuing to watch this SOUN. If it takes out this 530 mark on some volume, it could have a late day rip in it. We'll have to see. But you got to be awfully careful because it's extremely whippy. I mean, look at this. It got up to what, 1525 and came right back down to 1470. But the trend is up a little bit on that 5 minute chart. On the 15, it's up, but it's whippy. Tough day to have an IPO. So this EDBL was a lot like the other one yesterday in terms of the number of shares issued and the price range, but it was a complete and utter fizzle. Now, I don't know who's behind this one. Well, I should know actually. Let me do a quick check. My price alerts and EDBL. So Maxim, actually Maxim is usually, reasonable in terms of promotion, but it was supposed to IPO between 6 and 8, and look where it is. So compare that to the AT, the other one, AUST yesterday. No comparison whatsoever. So tough day to open. Okay, guys, so I have put the YouTube link in. I'm just going to shut this room down now. I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up in our YouTube channel. So let me just get my script together. Well, what a day. Who knows what tomorrow's going to bring? I ask that rhetorically, of course. Night. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for all of the help. Oh, wait a minute, is that a question? Volatility, probably, yes. Okay, guys, well, again, thanks for all the help and the input. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, and you guys in YouTube, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. He's usually here by now. I know he has to take his daughter, I think, to the doctor, but I thought that was a little bit later. Today is Thursday, right? Yeah, so normally he's, oh, right, he's doing the Zoom meeting. That's right. He's doing the Zoom meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay, I forgot about that. Okay, guys, I'm shutting this room down now. So YouTubers, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room up at around 8 o'clock. Bye-bye.